Happy 2021 to everybody. We actually made it. 2020 is now hindsight, as they say, and we're now on to 2021. I hope everybody is having a good start to the year. I know we're only, 12 hours in if you're on the East Coast, but some of you in Australia and the UK have had a little bit more of 2021 than we've had here in the US. But so far, it's been going well for me. So I just thought we'd get on here. The link should post up in a second, invite some people up. I'd like to keep the conversation somewhere around, goals for 2021, but we'll see how things go. We'll make it up as we go along. People can just give me a thumbs up in the chat if the video and the audio sound okay. I started a little bit early because my last stream, I did have some problems, but I think I finally got most of the problems figured out. So I'm hoping everything's okay. I'm watching my lips move a little differently than the audio, so I'm not sure if it's in sync or not in sync. But 2021 is here. Thanks everybody. Let's check in, see who's here right now. We got Bangkok Junction, Carl, Vinny, BNSF 6951. Welcome. Brian from Cross Anchors Railroad is here. Mike might be there as well. AK Crazy Russian DCC Train, welcome. Tim from Island Scenics, how you doing? Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. Happy New Year to you, sir. Joey Bizek, how the kids doing? The kids enjoying the new year so far? John 2618, welcome. Looking forward to more Blue Comet projects from you. Marty, M&M Shortline. Glad you finally chose N scale and you're enjoying the proper scale, as I like to call it. Where are we at? William, New Fenris Railroad. How you doing? Norm Mailer just sneaking in for the hellos. Hey, Norm. And we also have Norman Rowe, another Norm. I don't know that Norman Rowe goes by Norm, so I probably shouldn't say another Norm, but anyway. NS Pittsburgh Line Rail fan, another Pennsylvania person. Art, PDRE engineer. Rail artist, welcome, sir, welcome. Schuylkill River Valley, John. I think that's John number 2, if I'm keeping track of all the Johns correctly. I see Ian from Lehigh River Subdivision popped in. Mike from Cross Anchors is also here. Let's see who we got. We got Mr. Catnuts himself, Southern Yankee Railroad. Happy New Year, sir. Timber Surf, welcome. Hope you're having a great New Year. I know you've had a little bit more of a New Year than we've had over here in the U.S. so far, so you'll have to let us know how that went. We got a bunch of people saying proper scale is double O. That's too funny. Oh, Tim. I know, Tim. I saw your plans for 2021, and at least I got to know you as an American N scaler. And it's we can't all be perfect, Joey, don't consider it, Joey. Just keep going, Joey. Just keep going. Mike from Wicked Insanity is here. Hey, Mike. And we also have Z Fantasy Trains. Z, I'm curious. Now that the holidays are done, are you still gonna have a winter scene on your layout, or are you changing it up a little bit? So I have not seen StreamYard post the link yet, so I am going to, let's see, of course it's not, oh, I know why it's not, because I'm not in the right spot. Let's try posting up the link here, so if people want to come visit, talk about 2021. While we're waiting for some people to join, I haven't been posting videos for about 2 weeks, and what kind of happened was I was trying to reorganize my desk, and I thought that it would take me about 2 days. well, about 2.5 weeks later, I was still working on it, but I now have an overhead shot that I'm pretty happy with. I've got a little silicone mat in the center. I've got a small cutting mat on the side. I've got my little micromark magnetic tray with some little squares and stuff. So I'm getting ready to model. I've got my ramekins for my, can put the stuff on the back if it's smaller, if it's, a little more. So like I'm ready to go. Everything is now, within easy reach, just whatever I need, it's just right there. So I am ready to get going now. I just saw Norman Rowe just said, here it is. It said too organized. I think that's too funny. The other thing I like about 2021, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm using StreamYard and they've got this new bubble theme. And I'm really liking this bubble theme. So, hey, Andy Ambrose. Happy New Year. I hope your 2021 is going well so far. I would join, but I'm a mess, just finished in the shed of it. Tim, it's 2021. We're all figuring it out. It's a new year. It's all good. You're a mess, whatever, DCC trade took me 2 days. I don't know how you did it in 2 days. I got to tell you. I think a little bit of it is I'm dealing with, limited space. I think, people have kind of seen this view and stuff. But yeah, like I wanted to just have everything, tweezers, you just grab them. They're just right there. A clean workspace always keeps me motivated. And that's what it is. I mean, anytime I wanted to work on a model, I would have to pull things out. And I needed to make this happen. I needed this to happen. Part of what I did is I organized everything for live streaming. And, you can see over here, I've got OBS. I've got my YouTube chat over here is StreamYard. I actually even have, I'm going to tilt up a little bit, so hold on to everything. I actually have a second laptop up here running a second screen where I've got my YouTube analytics. So like I'm set up for live streaming, but if I tilt up a little further, you can see I also now have 2 cameras set up. So this camera is live streaming if I want to live stream, and this camera here is so that I can record stuff. And I want to be able to record my projects. And when it was set up for live streaming, I just couldn't seem to make it all work. So Ian Lehigh River Subdivision says having everything organized is a huge help in production. When you need to look for something, you lose focus and concentration, leading to losing interest. And that's so true. I mean, that's what was kind of happening is I just wasn't getting back to modeling as much as I really wanted. And this new start, I don't know if you see, I got some blue light going on the background here. So like the background looks nice. I've got the lighting looking nice the way I want it. Norman Rowe, more computer power than NASA. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I'm going to try and put out a video on my setup because I do actually, it took some technology, but to be honest, a lot of this stuff's just stuff that I acquired over the years. I mean, like this camera is like 10 years old. This camera up here is like 5 years old. This is this side camera over here that you can't see that I'm pointing to. Like that's an old GoPro. So it's, it's all good. John Dawson, I think there are too many Johns in the stream. Are we planning to take over the world? John Dawson, I think you're probably John number 8 at this point. I think we're up to. Not completely sure. Maybe one of the Johns that's keeping track will let us know. But yep, we got the backlight going. I know it was so dark back there. And I got a couple little options and stuff like that. Fred, who doesn't have 3 monitors or more? I think I have, so you could say I have 2 bigger monitors. I have this little monitor up here, and then I've got 2 laptops. So I could, if I needed extra monitor space, open up the laptops as well. But yeah, man, the more monitor space, the better. Nope, nothing's broken yet. So, so that's a good thing. Looks like Scott Eric Catalano's changing his name to John. So it looks like we'll have another John soon. Scott, welcome back. We haven't seen you in a little while, so hope you're doing well. There's always a lot of Johns at the state fair, lines in front of them constantly. Joey, I think those are porta potties, but yeah, some people do call them porta johns. That is true. Ink Rails wants to know, what lights am I using on the background? It's a we're just gonna spin around. I've actually got a couple different lighting things going on over here. So down on the ground there, tilt down. There we go. So that's just a little LED floodlight. It's Alexa and, everything controlled. And then what I did for the background too, and I only have one of the 3 on, but having the picture lights light up this back wall gives me a really nice light on my bench when I'm modeling. So that's been very, very helpful, just as far as, being N scale and being able to see things. So yeah, Ian, you're not changing your name to John. It's just not happening. Let's start. Oh, we already lost Patrick, but let's start bringing a couple people up, saying hello, and seeing how people are doing. It's Grandpa Anthony. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Why don't we start with Mike? What's going on, Mike? How you been?
Happy, joy.
Does that say Redneck Beer Cave on your shirt?
Deer camp.
Oh, Deer Camp.
I got it at Walmart a bunch of years ago. But.
Of course you did, because we all know Walmart's the kind of place that you go when that's the kind of stuff you're looking for.
I don't go there no more.
Well, a lot of us aren't going anywhere no more, but yeah.
Well, when I went there and I couldn't find a disability card, no one would help me.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
So, we had our wallets wide open to buy food, and then we went to festival instead.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't get arrested, honestly.
Were you causing trouble?
No, I just had a fit, and then I left.
So speaking about causing trouble, what are you doing for 2021? What are the plans?
The Scenic Ridge.
The Woodland Scenic Ridge kit. Yep.
Gotta get a little file to file the ends of the rails. I learned that trick yesterday.
I've got a bunch of little, can't really see, but got a bunch of little files myself. See, again, right where I need them. Just reach right out there, right there. It's kind of
tools
perfect.
And organizers are on my list next.
Yeah, I needed to do it. So Scenic Ridge is coming, and I think you mentioned you have a hot glue gun coming as well.
I got one for Christmas, but guess what? It doesn't fit the Woodland Scenic glue tips, rods.
Yeah.
But
you definitely
I'll use them up.
Yeah, you definitely have to figure that out. So
I got the right one coming now.
Oh,
It'll
good.
be here during the week, probably Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday.
Awesome.
We'll see.
Steve, are you wearing the wrong shirt, Steve? I think Steve's ignoring me. Steve doesn't even know he's on the air. I don't. It's like you try and say hello to the guy. He doesn't unmute his mic. He's talking to himself over there. He's wearing the shirt. He is wearing the shirt. So at least He might not be able to unmute his mic, but at least he's wearing the right shirt. So
Yeah.
I guess we got that going for ourselves.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't have.
we'll
Sorry.
bring no, all good. All good. What were you about
I
to say,
don't.
Mike? Mike, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I don't have my
Okay,
part
is it
jump stuff
unmuted
on.
now?
Oh yeah, I don't have my part jump stuff on.
You're unmuted, but you've
Am I
got your YouTube
unmuted?
on in the background.
No.
I tell you, maybe it's ZD. ZD, how
Not
you doing?
good, man. Good, Heath. 2021's here.
No, my
It
YouTube's muted.
absolutely is. Okay, I thought I heard it for a second. So ZD, what
You
do
know what
you
the
got
problem
planned for
with
2021?
You know what the
What's
problem with
that?
2021 is?
What's the problem?
What is it?
The problem is it's 2021. WON.
Well, she can drink now. It's 21.
Yeah.
Hey,
she already
Patrick,
won.
I see you down in the basement. Patrick, if you want to join, you'll need to turn your camera on. Lehigh River subdivision. Don 2618 was often because my wife did early intervention for the cop's son. So I looked at her and I don't know what they're talking about. I probably should have read it before Oh, he's talking about I got to see a cop full sprinting chasing
yeah.
after somebody in the aisles of Walmart.
They'd catch me easily because I don't move so quick.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna bring up somebody that we actually haven't seen in a while, but it looks like he's back.
Hey,
Mr.
I'm here.
Scott,
How's
what's
it going?
on?
Not a whole lot. Can you hear me?
We can. Are you back? Are your eyes working and everything doing good?
Oh, everything's good. Yeah, everything's good. We're all set.
Awesome. So Steve, we
Did you play with
sort
this?
of. I would say, Steve, we sort of skipped you. What are your goals for 2021? What are your goals for 2021?
Do more of this. Hopefully, get out and be able to go to the beach. But I finished down there. Now I'm working back up here. So
Yeah.
just working on the set. I got to get round in back here.
Are you still gonna finish off?
I
your
got a
loop? I know
bakery and lumber yard.
Are you still gonna?
Yeah. Across over there.
Yeah.
That won't be this year. I want to
Steve,
get
it sounds like you have the
There's
audio
an
from
area-
YouTube up because you're responding delayed to you're responding delayed to StreamYard as if you're listening to a different conversation. We'll come back to you, Steve. One sec. So Scott, you've been gone. How was the end of your 2021, and how was the end of your 2020, and what do you have planned for 2021?
Well, my eyes being fixed up is the number one big deal, and keep plugging away on my contracts that I do for the railroads and different things into 2021. I sent Steve those 2 sound modules. He did a video on it. I sent you 2 of them, waiting for you to put them together or do something with it.
Yeah, well, now you see why I haven't gotten to any of it yet. It's I've been dealing with this mess, but yes, they're right here. See, I can just reach over. Everything's organized. I know where they are. They haven't disappeared.
Good. Got a lot of electronic stuff in the works in the future here. We're looking forward to that. Trying to, all the train show circuits are still canceled throughout until the spring. So we'll find out here soon. But other than that, still plugging away. We're good. Exciting stuff in the horizon here.
Awesome.
2020 has not won. 2021 will prevail.
Caboose 121, Heath and Scott, what did I just start watching? No.
It's all
Do I
PG.
sound any better, Heath?
It's all PG. We're good.
I don't think I'm hearing the echo anymore, Steve.
So Heath, how about you? How's the job
Good.
front going? And you moving into a house anytime soon?
No house. You know, the job thing is the job thing's an interesting conversation. I started doing some work, and then you know, California had another lockdown, so I wasn't able to kind of keep going with that. But I've got another thing going on the side, so you know, I'm trying to make it happen.
A friend of mine, him and his wife are band teachers for Long Island School. They live on Long Island.
Okay.
And because everyone's doing a lot of virtual stuff, the IT department in that school are looking for some employees. And so I know you got computer background and IT background, so you never know.
Yeah, and it's been interesting because you know, I want to get out there and get something happening. Yeah, but by March I'm gonna have to do something. Like, something's gonna have to happen by March. So
Scroll Amtrak. Amtrak is always looking for IT people.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, go to
Interesting.
AmtrakJobs.com or AmtrakCareers.com. They're always looking for people in the IT department.
I once had an Amtrak badge because I had to do some work when I was installing LED displays. We installed up over Amtrak track, so we had to take the class and all that stuff to you know, had to take the class to get the badge to be near the tracks. But
Right.
yeah, catnuts, you got to put the disclaimer up these days at least a little bit, or you know, you're gonna get yourself in trouble. So
Yeah, don't
Keeps you
count
out of
out the
trouble.
railroads. Don't count out the railroads, Heath. They're always looking for people for computer and IT.
yeah. Well, especially around here, we actually have a lot of railroads.
Yep,
You don't really realize it, but there is actually a lot of stuff around here. So
Long Island Railroad, the harbor railroads out there, Amtrak, and your other little short
Yeah.
lines. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna bring up. Let's see if he stays. Hey, Patrick.
Hey,
Patrick, are you NS Pittsburgh? Is that you?
yes, it is.
Gotcha. Welcome. So what's on your list of goals for 2021?
I don't know. I mean, I don't rail fan too much, so probably rail fan more maybe, and just continue to do my schoolwork since. Well, we actually go back to school on January 4th, so I don't know whether we're going to be virtual or in person.
What grade are you in?
10.
Awesome.
10. You look much older.
Yeah. You're the same age as my granddaughter.
Maybe it's because of the receding hairline. I don't know.
Scott, come on, Scott.
No, he looks much older. Seriously. And
nice,
he's in
Scott.
Pittsburgh. He has hair. I don't. And he's
exactly.
What
I
school?
don't either.
You in the Pittsburgh school district?
Oh, no.
I'm up here in Zillionopolis, so you're not too far away.
Yeah, there's a lot of railroaders from the Pittsburgh area. It seems like I think it seems to be pretty common to have. I think Pennsylvania in general is a state with just a lot of railroads, so I think it just attracts a lot of people. A lot of people to the hobby in general. So
That's why I like traveling the turnpike, even though it's garbage. But that used to be the old Pennsylvania Railroad right away at one point. It would have been, and it's so wide. It's so cool.
Yeah, I do like it, but I had to. I know he's representing with his hat for his channel, but then he's also got the Christmas ugly sweater on. At least
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's intentionally supposed to be one of the Christmas.
It is.
Ugly
It's
sweaters.
It's from Stranger Things.
Oh, yeah. There you go. There you go. That's too funny. So, Joey, how the kids? How's 2021 treating you so far? And what are you hoping to accomplish?
No major tantrums yet, but the day and the year is still early. 2021. Actually, now that I'm actually healing up a lot more, I can start lifting things. So I picked up some plywood to create a nightstand for my kid. And then after that, this whole section all the way around back of me is going to be a giant L-shaped modular layout. So looking forward to that.
When you say modular layout, are you going to do like a module standard, like Fremo or something? Or are you just going to make it?
That I can just take it apart when I need space when I do my woodworking stuff.
Gotcha.
Hey, Heath, I'm going to drop up now. I'm going to go have breakfast.
All right, ZD, enjoy your breakfast. Good to see you. Happy New Year, and have a great 2021.
All right. Sorry, guys.
Breakfast? What time is it where he's at?
11:45 in the morning.
That ain't breakfast. That's brunch. That's lunch.
No, it's 11:45, silly.
11:45 or 1:45?
11:45, not 1:45.
Okay, 11:45. That's almost lunchtime.
Well, almost.
What time did you wake up?
It's the first day of 2021, Scott.
I woke up around near 9:30. Near 9:30, I'm assuming.
That's breakfast.
True.
That's okay. My son's been on school vacation, and the latest he slept in the other day was 2:00. But he got a VR headset, and he was up till 3:00 in the morning with his friends on there. Now that VR headset, that's really cool. I love it. I downloaded a game called Premium Bowling. I tell you what, it's like being in the bowling alley. It's like way too cool. I took that set off. I had to sit down for a minute. It's like, where was I?
Nick's Crossing says second breakfast, so maybe.
Be a hobbit.
ZD's just on his second breakfast.
All right, Heath, I'm gonna drop off.
Okay, ZD, thank you so much for coming. We'll see you soon.
See you guys.
Yeah, I got one eggs helmets too. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, the thing that I always think is funny though is all the YouTube videos of people putting the headsets on and then throwing something at the TV and seeing the TV shatter and stuff like that. I love when those kind of things happen. I mean, that's what YouTube's for, right? Is seeing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you can see everybody else's mistakes, so you know not what to do.
Bloopers.
Exactly.
I can sit down and watch blooper reels. I've got old VHS tapes that were from sports bloopers, and most of it was football.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're old enough to remember the what they call it, the tragedy of defeat or whatever, where every intro you'd see the guy going over the jump and just completely wiping out. So, Nathan DeLay, what is happening, sir?
Good.
I see you're already in the basement. Are you already doing some modeling in 2021?
Yeah, I'm hoping to do more projects in the future. Like I'm hoping to make a modern steam engine of Amtrak.
A modern steam engine of Amtrak.
Yeah.
So not the new Amtrak, Genesis, Siemens, whatever locomotives, but a steam Amtrak locomotive.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get a model like
It's the Siemens SC44 Charger.
But I'm the reason why I'm trying to do like a modern steam engine of Amtrak is like, what if Amtrak and other railroads own steam engines today? What will it look like?
Oh, that's a great idea. That's a really great idea.
Yeah, here's
They better have a lot of money in order to purchase Siemens. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Right.
Here's an example of what I mean.
I don't think Warren Buffett has that much money.
It might be hard to see, but if I just.
So you're gonna model it after. Hold on, I'll make you bigger. 1 second. Let's see if I can make that happen. There we go. Now we can see it a little better.
Oh man, yeah, that's nice.
I built that one.
You built that?
Yeah, it's a really good runner. It's a
Kinda like
Mahano frame, and the tender's the frame as well as of a Mahano.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah,
Almost looks like the Back to the Future train.
yeah.
Does.
I'm glad that's. Yeah.
Now you need a DeLorean. There is somebody on YouTube who did make a Nacho DeLorean.
Well, Dackman Productions has, I believe, a Back to the Future scene on his layout. So,
If you
I know he has that. What's going on, Mr. Rail Artist? It's
Same
Mike,
stuff,
right?
different day.
It's Mike. Am I remembering correctly now?
You're right. Another mic added to the fold.
I don't know why. I have the
Dave
hardest time remembering your name.
You can call me anything, just don't call me late for lunch.
Or dinner.
Lunch, dinner.
Anything.
Oh, it has food in it.
How's West Virginia doing today?
It's wet.
Did you guys get a bunch of snow last week? I know up here in PA
Last
we did.
week, about 2 inches, 2.5 inches here in Parkersburg, but that's about it.
That's nothing. We had 6 to 9 here last week.
Yeah, we got 9.
Yeah, I lived in Minnesota for too many years to even care about snow.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota, yeah, sure, you bet.
Yeah. Coffee and bars.
Yeah.
Who
Hey,
wants to
Parkersburg,
answer?
How far are you away from the airport in Parkersburg?
10 miles.
Oh, that's not bad. When I was doing my private commercial and instrument, I used to go from BVI Airport down to Parkersburg, over to Clarksburg, and then back up. I did a triangle.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you, when I came off the Clarksburg runway, I almost hit a billboard off the runway. It was for like live nude dancers. I mean, it's like Porno King down there. Seriously, I had to keep my eyes on the runway. I almost hit that billboard. That would have looked pretty funny.
Okay, Scott, I'm muting you for a second so we can answer Brian's question. Brian Walter wants to know, and he's, for those who don't know what he's talking about this tray right here. Brian wants to know where you can get one of these metal trays. I got mine at a train show, directly from Micro Market at train show. You can get them on Amazon. They're on eBay. You can get them from Micro Mark online. So you can get them pretty much anywhere.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you call it. I think it's like magnetic modeling tray or something, probably.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, would bring up the name, but I got an extra set of magnets, and then I got some little things to do right angle stuff and whatnot. So
yeah. As soon as I seen Nancy's, I said I got to order one.
Yeah, it's a really cool idea, and the surface of it too. It's like this little shiny surface, so like glue and stuff also doesn't stick to it. So it's actually I think a magnetic gluing jig might be what it's called.
Magnetic gluing. Yeah. Yep, right on their site.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah,
so Brian says, thanks, Joey. Did you post what it was? Oh, here you go. Check Micro Mark's website. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Just type in magnet, you'll find it.
Yeah, exactly. There aren't too many
like the
options
third
on
result. Yeah, third result that comes back.
Yeah, and Z said she got hers off Amazon, and I do know that they sell them there. Yeah, and I know Micro Mark's like right in New Jersey, so like for me, it's actually pretty easy just to get stuff from them directly. Well, I won't get into my USPS rant, but I had a package that I bought an item from New Jersey, just outside of Philadelphia. And instead of the package coming to the New York processing center, the package went to the Chicago processing center. So my New York area processing center is so messed up that they're not even they're not even sending the packages to it anymore. And Brian, you did not derail the stream. That's what we're here for, is to answer questions for things people do not know. Scott does a great job derailing the stream on his own, so you don't have to worry about any derailments. This is a railroading conversation in general, so there are definitely a lot of derailments.
USPS, man, don't even get me started. You
Yeah,
know the
let's-
situation. Steve knows the situation.
Mr. Randall,
Howdy,
what's
guys.
going on, Randall? So what are your big plans for 2021?
Well, really, the first month ain't gonna be much because we're on quarantine right now. Some of you probably know my niece has tested positive, and then I went and got a test just to be on the safe side, and it come back positive. So
Oh,
pretty much
man.
everybody is done. So,
Yeah.
oh,
And
I'm so sorry to hear that.
then there's guys that slipping all around. They've got it. And, it's just a mess down here right now. So.
When you said you were going to be off for a couple weeks because of the showstopper, I didn't realize it was because of your situation. Well,
Yeah,
I hope
that was it right there.
it's Cheyenne or Caitlin is the one that.
Cheyenne is the one that, they called Sunday and she tested positive. And I told Dad, I said, maybe I better go get tested. Something. Now, pretty much the rest is history.
Yeah. Well, I hope everything goes well for you and Cheyenne. I can imagine it's not exactly the way you wanted to start 2021, but
it's not the way we want to start off a new year. But I talked to Cheyenne a couple days ago. She seemed to be doing pretty good. So, so hopefully, it don't get too bad. We'll get through this whole deal and we'll move on to 2021. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's why I don't leave the house. Except to shovel snow.
We're not
I
going to
can't
the
do
house.
that.
We're not going anywhere. So if there's any good at it, at least I get to break in some of these new engines that I haven't had a chance to run yet. So
there you go.
Are you high risk, Mike? Are you considered high risk?
Yeah, after chemo and everything, yeah.
Yeah.
I beat it though. I beat it.
There you go.
Prostate cancer, I beat it.
Same
oh,
here.
really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to be
That's
the center of attention.
Well,
but
I know prostate cancer can be a shitty situation, so
I did not have to
pun
have
intended.
surgery.
No. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandpa had to. That was ugly.
I was scared to death because my uncle died of that. He wasn't on my blood side of the family. It was my aunt's husband. And that was in the 80s, though. Way different now.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a friend that went through it recently. So, yeah. Well, glad you're still here, and we're looking forward to seeing that Scenic Ridge stuff.
Yeah, and then of course when I went to get my phone, I had a heart attack.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm still alive.
Yeah.
I'm immortal, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. So
is it okay to smoke?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Anyone that's
I
been here
don't
for
want
a little bit.
Up,
Can't inhale it over here, so secondhand's fine.
Okay. I just didn't want to screw up monetization or anything,
I'm not monetized at this point, so I mean, as long as it's family friendly, I'm all good.
You could throw over virtual beer if you want.
Yeah.
I wish I had beer.
There are some people also trying to jump in. So if there's anyone that's got a final statement that hasn't that's already shared that wants to that's willing to drop out so we can get some other people up here. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll head out. Actually, I was waiting for a good moment to say that. So perfect.
Yeah,
Awesome, Joey.
I'll drop. I got some finalized drawings to work on. Talk to you guys later. Have a happy
I'll
New
drop-
Year.
All right, happy New Year, guys.
See you guys soon.
Awesome.
Take care.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. So people that were trying to get in, feel free to try and get in again.
Keith,
Steve,
I'll go ahead and drop down. I just wanted to play the cows on the
so the
soundboard.
cows you were playing are the soundboard from the. Is this soundboard from Scott?
Yes.
The club.
I can turn the pigs on too. Alexa, pigs on.
I'll say, the club, the vice president club has said those were cook cars that had cow sounds on. Those things are really neat.
We couldn't really hear you, Randall.
You what?
We
I'll
couldn't.
go ahead and drop down.
I think I hear it.
Oh. I thought I heard somebody saying something.
I'm just going to tell Steve that the club vice president had some of them cow cars had cow sounds in. Those things are really, really cool.
Yeah, those cow cars are really cool. So, Mike, Rail Artist.
Yeah.
I know earlier we talked and you said your goal is just to keep doing what you're doing.
Yep.
Any other new things come up in the last week?
Yeah, I sold over at the little vendors junction. I sold $700 worth of
Wow.
prints in just 1 month.
Wow, that's
Wow.
beautiful.
It's going to keep me in trains.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't argue with that. That's success in my book.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other than that, no, it's just going to be status quo. Can't go anywhere, can't do anything. And in this town, even if it wasn't for COVID, there'd still be nothing to do. One train a day comes in,
Yeah.
and it's a boring one. One train a day goes out. It's even more boring. So I just sit and play with my trains and draw my pictures and have fun.
Yeah. If you want to post up, I think, are you still I don't see in the chat. I think you might still be a moderator if you want to post up your link and show some of your photos and stuff.
Nah, they saw him last week. I don't want to get too bored, too boring.
I think
I'll
a
show 'em
lot of
again.
people I know really like them. So yeah, I mean, feel free. I know you do really good work, and it's
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really cool stuff. So
I just don't like boring people with it.
I don't think I think if people are bored by it, they'll just we'll just go on and we'll talk to like Dave P or something like that, and then Dave can bore us. So
Okay, well,
it's all
that's
good.
yeah. He does what we got to does.
So Dave, 2021, are you gonna move that darn computer of yours already?
Trying to, yes. Computer is less of my priorities.
Are you trying to get the layout bench work set up first so that you can then kind of stick your computer in there, or are you just not going to move the computer?
I want to get the benchmark so that I can stick the computer in where I want to put it.
Last I saw, you had a bunch of wood, though.
Yeah, I use that all up.
Oh.
So I got 2 sheets of plywood sitting outside, but I'm cold and a little snowy to cut it up right now. So it's got to wait until it at least warms up.
Yeah. I don't even have a place to cut plywood, so I always just have them cut it at the Home Depot or wherever I buy it from. I buy it cut how I need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They also have pre-cut stuff. I found out when I was there.
They do in
squares.
specific sizes, 2x2s and 2x4s. I know they have as they call project
Like
boards.
Plywood, yeah, stuff. None of it would fit in her SUV though. Not the size that I needed.
Hey, Rail Artist Mike, look at John's comment.
Oh, thank you, John. I have fun with it. I'll put some up next Friday, I'll bring some more new stuff down.
Did you get Melvin's email?
You know, my computer that I get emails on blew a gasket. And I tried to go on Yahoo to get it, and it managed to delete all 600 emails I was saving.
Oh.
Yeah. So, no, I did not get that email.
Melvin, email him again.
Yeah, it's railartist@yahoo.com, and I finally got it working again with some rather heavy words with the Yahoo people. It wasn't our fault. We can't do anything for you.
At least you didn't lose the account altogether.
No.
That's definitely happened to some people as well. So.
Oh yeah. So I got that. I saved that, and we'll just work for it from there. So
Awesome.
Melvin, email me again, and we'll take care of business this afternoon, or whenever you send it in.
Hey, Mark, it looks like you got a brand new layout going on. What happened to the old layout?
The old layout finally went into the museum today, so I've cleared my workbenches here, and I'll start building the layout now over the next couple of weeks.
Oh, awesome. Oh, that's really cool. Are you going to post a video of the layout in the museum for us to all see?
I'm going to be posting several videos now. I'm hoping to do a few lives next week of the layouts I'm building in the museum, and also my own layout that I'm building here.
Do you want to explain, there might be one person on here who doesn't know who you are. Do you want to explain what museum you're building the layouts for and what you're working on?
Yeah, well, I'm the chairperson of the board of directors for the Donegal Railway Museum, which is the museum dedicated towards the Donegal Railways, which was a 3-foot narrow gauge system that ran in the county. So I built several layouts for the museum, as well as my own personal layout.
Are you going to build your personal layout next, or are you building... what's the plan for 2021? Is it more museum stuff or personal stuff? Oh, maybe you didn't hear me. Mark, Donegal Dad, for 2021, are you doing more personal stuff, or are you doing more museum stuff? Keith.
Good morning.
Where are you driving? You coming over to the city?
Not today. No. Y'all still a mess over there from last night, I heard.
Oh, is it? Oh, well. For 2021, are we going to see an N-scale party boxcar?
I have no idea how I would make that work.
Well, we don't have any idea either. It's your design. We're, we're waiting for you to figure it out.
Yeah, to be continued. Let's put it like that. I gotta find a circuit board small enough for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other big plans for 2021?
I just want to go to a train show. That's all I want this year. Just give me one train show.
Yeah, I'm hoping something happens with Amherst this year. They're talking about doing something digital, which I know won't be the same, but just the scope of what Amherst was, I think it'll be great for the community, if they can at least do, something digital. So it's, yeah. It's good.
My one train club, we thought about renting a place out for the weekend and doing a virtual show, just set up a bunch of cameras for it.
Yep.
But to rent just a small storefront was insane. Some of the places we tried looking at.
the Brooklyn N-Track Club and the New Jersey N-Track Club, and I think one other club, rented a ballroom in a hotel and brought their N-Track modules to the ballroom in the hotel, and only club members could come. So they tried to do a thing. The other thing I want to do, and I guess I'm a little curious, if there's interest in this, let me know in the chat. But I'm thinking maybe around March 14th, which is the second Sunday in March, that those of us in the area would go meet up down at Northlands. And we just, we'd schedule out whatever 2 hours with him and, pay our entries fee. And then we'll go hang out at Northlands for a little bit. So, I know Keith is in the area. We got a bunch of other people in this area, so.
That's like a plan to me.
Yeah, I'm not real big on being an organizer for those size events because it can just get chaotic. But, I figure it's an existing place. They've got a lot of space. There are a lot of people within like 2.5 hours. It's indoors, so we can do it in the winter. So yeah, I thought it might just be a nice thing to do. So, if people want to see it happen, let me know, and we'll try and make it happen.
And I'm right here in the house with him, so I figure I've got to do.
Who's talking? Who did I just hear? I'm so confused sometimes.
Keith, you're probably hearing my dad talking on the phone.
Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. I wish.
I mean, you could probably create like a Facebook page or event page for that to see who all wants to come out.
Well,
yeah, I have a tough time with Facebook. I don't know why. I'm just. I'm not Facebook illiterate by any means. I just try to avoid being really Facebook centric. But yeah, I mean, I could do it as an event on Facebook and then talk about it on here and, go from there. So,
Yeah.
we've got one taker, Steve 87th PSAP's the only one that wants to come. So maybe Steve and I'll head down.
Well, I'll be the second one. I'll go.
Awesome. Yeah. And I think Sunday's a decent day. I think most people have a Sunday that they could sort of plan around if we plan it far enough out. So, yeah, if Jerry Satz is still here, I know he's in the area. John Schuylkill, River Valley may be close enough. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's within 2 hours because he's about half an hour where my mom lives at, and she lives over there in South Jersey.
Okay. Yeah, so, if we get close enough, it'd be cool. But so Nick's Crossing, you said you've been doing some stuff on the layout.
Yeah. How's it going, guys?
It's going good, man. What are the plans for 2021? I mean, you got the new house. We know you got the new house going.
Well,
you got the layout set up.
Yeah.
Go around and get your groceries.
Kind of. This thing looks horrible right now.
They have pushed them down.
Looks like it was torn apart. Oh, and he's gone. Oh, and Randall's gone.
Oh.
People are just dropping like flies.
Oops. The internet, Hi, Container Man.
Hey, maybe if we plan this out long enough, we can get Container Man to drive all the way over to Northlands and meet us. He doesn't like driving in this area, but yeah, Joey, that's my thing too with Facebook. Is I feel like at least the model train community on Facebook is pretty good, but I do kind of feel like there's just a lot of negativity around it, so I try to avoid it.
Yeah, me too.
So.
Yeah, I got a couple of trains. I'm not allowed to post on some of the train groups because it's too politic.
Yeah, and that's it. I don't need to get into that. Model trains
Yeah,
brings us
that's
together.
why
We don't need
a lot
to
of my
talk
stuff.
about other stuff.
Oh, exactly. That's why most of my videos are like either my cold train or my patch. I leave everything else off of it. That one.
Yeah. So Inked Rails says he's going to add a new road name to his layout. What road name are you adding? Nix, do we want to try this again?
Yeah, sorry, the internet cut out up here.
Yeah, for 2021, we got to get you some better internet.
Yeah, it's between the rain. We're getting like freezing rain up here. So it's weird.
Here too.
But yeah. I mean, I just got this whole thing destroyed this week because I'm building all my light stuff, like these little LEDs from Amazon. It's like a pack of it's like 20 of them. You get them for like $15. But I ran into some power issues. So the main goal right now is just to wire this whole platform up and then bridge it out so like all my LEDs are like in one circuit, and then put like these so I can get to it. Like these signs, and then any like Lionel accessory, they draw a ton of power. So I got to put them on a separate wall.
Oh, and there he goes again. Almar says in Western Massachusetts, yeah, that's maybe a little far. I'm thinking people within 2 hours, hopefully. So Gus is saying, where is Northlands? Northlands is a little bit north of Flemington, New Jersey. Flemington, New Jersey is kind of, I guess, mid-ish New Jersey. It's about 45 minutes north of Trent, New Jersey. So I don't know if that helps anybody. If you don't know New Jersey, that probably was completely useless. Yeah, Ian says it's not far from Flemington, New Jersey. Container Man, I know you can't drive
Northland. That is really something.
Yeah, Northlands is a very, very interesting. All right, Keith, just so you know, I'm muting you when you're not talking just because we hear the background noise. But Northlands is an interesting story. The guy basically started building it in his basement. He wanted to expand it, so his wife basically and him built another basement, so like another basement under the house. And I think before he moved to Northlands, he had expanded like 5 times and built like 5 separate basements before he then opened Northlands. And then he opened Northlands and just built this like massive, this massive facility. I don't think it's still there. I heard they took it out, but he used to have a pipe organ there. He used to have a doll collection as well. So it used to be like a thing for the whole family to go to. So I think it'd be a good place to. Oh well, it's got new owners now. So I don't know how it's been kept up with the new owners.
How I found out about Northlands, there was a show. We used to have a channel called RFD TV, and they had a show on there called I Love Toy Trains, and that's where I saw the Northlands layout. They had an episode featuring just that layout.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Blaze TV did a little thing on them. New Jersey sounds made up.
Wisconsin, Illinois' biggest state park.
I was born in New Jersey, so at least I hope it existed.
Well, yeah.
But maybe not. We'll see.
Let's go to the moon.
Well, we've been there supposedly.
Yeah.
Rusty, how is it down south?
I just got a little rain last night. It's kind of warm. It's in the 70s, so we're doing all right.
In the 70s, man. I think it might get up to 40 today if I'm lucky.
Let me
Yeah.
chip it bone.
I haven't looked at the phone. I don't know how old it is here. Let me
That's
step in
been
the other
most of
room
the
and
day
I'll see
yesterday
what's
working on layout.
Sorry, say that again, Rusty?
I spent most of the day yesterday working on the layout, and see, I kind of got some. I moved in. Remember, I was moving into another room.
Nice. Wow, that's great.
I
You
had
got a
to
lot
repaint
done.
this room and everything, and all that. And one of my cats knocked over a paintbrush, and I had to clean that off the floor because I got some flooring in here. So
You don't have carpet on that floor, do you?
no, there's the floor. I live in an 80-year-old house, and I got the old pine floors in it, and I refinished them and everything.
Yeah, we got maple floors in our house, and they're all carpeted. All of them.
Yeah, I'd be too nervous to do any sort of painting over a carpeted floor. That just sounds like it wouldn't end well for me.
Yeah. This cleaned up pretty well it just had some real gloss polyurethane over it, so it cleaned up pretty easily.
Yeah.
So Rusty, any big plans for 2021? Do you got any goals for the channel or for your layout or anything?
Well, I started that museum thing I was doing. I still need to do some more of those, and I was going to build this layout in here, put it together. So that's what I plan on doing, and then kind of keep up with progress on that.
Nice. Did whatever happen with your shed? Did your shed get knocked completely down, or?
Yeah, I actually built a new one.
Oh, okay.
About 8x8 something. It was that's kind of had me out too, having to do that. So I've been doing that and a few other things.
Nice.
I just cut the layout down, move it in this room, this was a bedroom, moved all my bed and stuff that I had in here into another bedroom. Just had too many doors in the other room that it was in.
It sounds like you're pretty handy. I mean, you've been doing a lot of wood shop projects pretty quick, just banging them out left and right.
Yeah, I got a lot of tools and stuff like that. I've done a little bit of work on them, not necessarily a carpenter. I work in the shipyards where I work, so I'm actually a project engineer now, but I used to do a lot of hands-on stuff. I just usually done all my home repairs myself anyway.
Well, that explains why you live down there. It probably helps being down near where the ships are.
Yeah, I think there's like 15,000 people work at that particular shipyard right now.
I'm sorry, 15,000.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't realize that was still that big of an industry.
Yeah, we build ships for the Navy. That's more or less what we do. I think there's 3 or 4 classes.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's funny. Tim from CP368 Productions saying that they ripped the carpet out was the first thing they did when they got the house.
That's why I am in the basement.
Yeah.
That's what I did here. I was living in San Diego at the time for a little while, working for the same company I'm working for now. And then when I came back, I bought this little house, and basically it was a fixer-upper. I just bought it, and first thing to go was the carpet.
Yep.
And I had rolled the dice. I was hoping that the floors were still pretty good, and I did pretty good. They were still in good shape, so just had to sand them down and refinish them.
Sometimes people put carpet over some of the nicest wood floors in those older houses, and I get like in the 70s and 80s that was the thing to do, is to put carpet over them, but man, that's just rough to me. So
yeah.
But
it kills me when designers paint over like solid wood cabinets and furniture. Yeah,
because when you go and try and strip that paint, that's rough. Trying to strip the paint off of things. So
yeah, I picked up an old armoire from a thrift store down here. Somebody had put chalk paint on. I got to looking up on Google, and people were paying like $5,000 for something like that for the particular brand name. I refinished it, and I kind of keep my clothes and stuff in it. But this thing is huge. It takes 2 people to move it. So.
Yeah, if you're handy, I mean, it's buying that cheaper stuff and getting
Right.
fixing it up yourself is great.
Like it is. And all the furniture I got in my bedroom is vintage 1927, so I picked it up. It was in good shape, so I just kind of cleaned it up and using it.
Wow, 1927 is older than my apartment building.
That's about when my house was built there.
It's older than his house, but it's still, it kind of fits it.
That's awesome. Yeah, Lehigh River Subdivision saying if you have allergies, you don't want carpet, and that's so true. I mean,
no, yeah, I have
we have
allergies,
dogs
plus
too.
Yeah.
With the dog too, I wouldn't want it. Okay, so people are trying to figure out. So
How many Johns? Yeah.
So I'm guessing John number 3 is TSG John. John number 2 seems to be Schuylkill River Valley John. I know Mystic Southern John. We're calling him number 7, but I'm not sure who 4, 5, and 6 are. I don't know who number 1 is either. That's interesting that Nick's has pine floors. Say that again.
I said it. Mystic Southern Railway, isn't his name John too?
Yeah, his name's John number 7. But I don't think there's a 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
I just think he's number 7. Yeah, Anthony, that's a good point too. It's like leave the carpet down while you fix up everything else and then tear it out at the end. But yeah, I grew up, I guess, in both my houses. We had carpet all the way up the stairs, and on the whole second floor was all carpet. And I guess they do it for sound, right? Because you don't want to hear people walking around above you. But the downstairs floors all have
since we're talking
thick.
about furniture. Oh, go ahead, T. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. Talk about furniture.
I was just going to tell you this little story. My brother, when he built his house, he actually built his own bed to sleep in. It's really neat. I mean, it looks like one of those old style pieces of furniture, And the thing looks like it weighs a ton. I think he said it took him, his father-in-law, his brother-in-law, and his son, I think, moving in there. So by then, I'd say it's pretty heavy, but it's really a neat looking bed, all wood frame, and
Yeah, I think
it just looks
if
great.
you're handy, it's building your own furniture or even just fixing up stuff. Like the model railroading has gotten me back into something. Yeah, model railroading's got me into something creative again. But like if I had the space for a shop as well, like to do some wood projects, like I'd love that as well. That would be really awesome. So apparently, give me 1 second, Andrew. Apparently, John Dilly, which is Grandpa Rails, is number 1, and Mystic gave himself John number 7. John 2618 is number 7 or number 26. Yeah, I don't. Actually, that's a great question. I don't know what number John 2618 is, but I don't know if we'll ever figure it out either. Oh, that's just saying. John 2618 is number 26. So I don't know who I don't know who's filling in the gaps between 4 and 6 and from 8 to 25, but it sounds like there is a method to the madness. So, Mr. Hot Dog.
Oh, I put my name wrong. I should have put Mr. Hot Dog on there.
It's okay. This is better. People can find you this way.
If not, I'd have to start a Mr. Hot Dog channel, I guess. We'd have to do hot dog reviews and
we could discuss for hours whether it's a sandwich. Hours, I think we could get out of that.
I swear I haven't seen you forever, Heath. It was like last year the last time I saw you.
I know. It was, I think at this point, it was probably 14 hours ago. that we last saw each other. So I noticed you got all your lighting on. I don't think I saw that last night. You didn't have the lighting going on the shelves, or am I just not remembering?
No, I think I forgot to turn it on last night.
Gotcha. So what's your big plan for 2021?
2021? I'd like to expand my G-scale layout a little bit more in the backyard. Right now it's kind of a big, large, stretched out oval. I'd kind of like to do like an L shape and run it across the back of my yard over towards my shed, and be able to run a little bit longer trains. I mean, it's a pretty good size. I want to say it's probably like 16 foot by, I don't know, 45 feet or so long right now.
Oh, wow.
So,
Yeah.
like, what's that? Or is that someone talking to someone else?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So if I extend it down towards my shed, I'll probably about double the length of it. You know,
Are you gonna be able to do any live streams from out there, or do your Friday shows from out there?
I do want to do that. Obviously, this time of year it's kind of hard to, not only with weather but also, you know, it's dark out, and I've talked to Sean a little bit about that. That'd be kind of neat to do some live ones, or maybe do like a special live stream like on a Saturday. You know, where I could do it earlier in the day when, you know, it's plenty of light out there and that. I think that'd be really fun to do. I really do. I mean, that's the hard thing with G scale. I can't, you know, have my layout running around behind me in the house. Well, I could, but I don't have that big of a house.
Nick's Crossing wants to know if you're a Conrail fan. He can't tell from the collection on the wall behind you.
Yeah, a little bit. I got more. I can't put it all on shelves. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out where I can hang this up at.
Oh, nice.
My train
nice.
Good.
Yeah.
My neighbor happened to be over one day, and I showed him what I had going on in the backyard, and he goes, "I might have something for you." I said, "Oh yeah." And he came back over with that, and the town over, he used to work for the street department, and I guess he had made that sign up for a buddy several years prior, and the guy didn't want it, and it had been sitting in his garage. I said, "What do you want for it?" He goes, "You can have it." Hey, sounds
That's
great.
perfect for G scale.
Yeah. I need one of them crossbuck things, you know.
Yeah.
I thought of getting one of the crossbuck things to hang on this wall over here, but
depending on the shape they're in and who's selling them, usually they want like astronomical money for those things.
They do.
And 9 times out of 10, the guy that's selling it was given to him. You know, that was being scrapped, thrown away. Which I'm not against anyone making a buck.
Well, you know, not a real one. It's just a remade one. You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, some people that are making the remade ones too are just painting some 1x3s white, and they're selling them for like $50. It's like
I could probably do that myself. Yeah.
Have my layout running around behind me in the house. Well.
Oh, Dakman, turn off your YouTube.
Hey, it's Dakman.
So for people who don't know, I actually met Mr. Pictovid recently through Dakman, but they do a weekly show. Is it weekly? Yeah, I think it's weekly.
We're going
bi-weekly. Bi-weekly, whatever it is. On G scale, the big guys you see behind them there. Which is pretty cool. So that's we're all scales here now. So things are definitely the community's expanding into bigger things.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually started our own website for the show because Dakman and I share hosting it between our two channels, which can be a little confusing. So I started a website, gscaletrains.com, which if you go there,
nobody had gscaletrains.com.
Kind of surprising, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was digging through the domains to see what was available, and they got all the new top level domains that everybody's got hardwired in their brain .com. If you have .live or .dac or whatever, you know, you're going to tell people that, and their brain's going to go right back to, they're going to punch in .com and say they couldn't find it. So I kept digging through, just trying to find what was available. When I landed on one, I'm like, that can't be right. That like seems like a pretty mainstream domain name, but yeah, nobody had it. 99 cents, and it was mine for a year.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we did Sidetrack Sunday, sidetracksunday.com for our Sunday show, because it's a revolving host thing, and I figured that'd be an easy way for people to find us as well. But at this point, we're just trying to get, after our Christmas show, a lot of people are subscribed to all of us, so we got that going. We got that going for us as well.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
So speaking about that, if you see anybody and you're not subscribed to them, let's see if we can't, start off 2021 getting some more subscriptions for some other people. So I know, Mr. Pictovid's does a lot of G Scale. We've got Dakman, the other half of Hot Dog Productions, who is you should have called it Hot Dog Productions. Come on.
Hot Dog Production.
We're the Heinz 57 of YouTube channels.
Yeah. I love it though. I mean, like, there are some people that are like HO only or N scale only, and it's like we're all just modeling. It's all.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy it all. When I go to a train show, I don't just go to the O gauge layouts. I mean, I met like people through HO module layouts and scale, even Z. I mean, I even shot video of a Z scale train, and it blew me away how big it was and what they did to make this thing pretty realistic.
Yeah, I can't believe too, like, that we've been to the same train shows and never knew it, and it's like.
Yeah,
it's like you just run into people on YouTube, and now it's like, and I'm guessing March 14th, Dakman. I think I'm gonna make it happen. March 14th, we're gonna go to Northlands.
Oh, really?
So I'm gonna set that date now, because it's far enough out in the future that people can kind of arrange their lives around it. So
right, and that's one place I haven't been. I know it's mainly focused.
You're so close.
Yeah, but I never made it there.
Yeah, I think we should do a YouTube retreat there, and
that'd be cool.
Make that happen.
YouTube retreat, I like it.
Yeah.
So, Jackman, do you have a DeLorean on your? Do you have a Back to the Future DeLorean on your layout?
No, I do not.
I thought you did. I told somebody earlier you did.
No, I wish I did, but I don't.
I do have some pictures of a G-scale DeLorean on the tracks at the one club I used to belong to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think I can post links in your live chat though.
No, if you want to pull it up as a screen share, I'll pop it in the screen share.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it here.
Anthony Dodge says Christmas show was the funniest show on any screen anywhere. Thanks, Anthony.
Right.
That's too funny. So, Dakman, 2021.
Yeah.
What's the big plan?
Well, I'm hoping, the biggest thing I'm hoping for is that the train shows will start to resume sometime this year, where I can get back out there and start shooting video, which is how Dakman Productions got started, was bringing train shows to everybody's, living room, to the people who couldn't go. But then, of course, I'm still going to focus on Conahay Rail, high rail O gauge layout. I got big plans for that, where I'm going to go from 072 to 080 on the outside loop, and then the inside loop is going to go from 054 to 072. So I'm going to try. Some of the stuff is expensive, so I'm going to recycle all the 072 track and put it on the inside to help save on cost.
So just because there are people here like me, 072 and 080 is the radius of the track in inches, correct?
Yeah, it's the diameter.
Diameter. Okay.
Diameter. So 080 makes an 80-inch circle, basically, center rail to center rail. And for those who don't know a lot about O gauge, I do have a video which Heath had mentioned. Gave me a good idea on making a basic about O gauge. So I do have a video on. It's called All About O Gauge, and it just gives you a basic introduction to all the terms and stuff.
Yeah, I definitely need to watch it again. I definitely understand more, but I just like in my head for some reason I can't get through my head the difference between O gauge, O27, semi-scale,
Same here.
and scale.
Well, some of those terms pretty much mean the same thing. Like, for example, as I go through my video, traditional O and O gauge are just two different terms, but they mean basically
Yeah,
the same
that's
thing.
definitely things
Yeah.
like O scale too.
You know what I mean? So it just traditional O and the O gauge just mean the same thing. There you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
That's nice.
So is that DeLorean fully functioning at 88 miles per hour? Leslie Gilpin would like to know.
Yeah, that was a friend of mine that did that, and after that, I think he took one of the
that's cool.
One of the Aristocrat
showed up on my
280s and
there.
and made it up to push it.
Did I mean that thing's on the rails? Does that thing have a motor in it, or do you just push it with he pushes it with the train, or
it's just freewheel. He pushes it with the train.
Did he build that, Andrew?
I mean, it was the die-cast model from the third movie, 1/24th scale, and then he just took the wheels off of it. And what's under it are actually Bachmann big hauler pilot truck wheels. He just snapped them right in there. I was kind of surprised it was so easy.
Wow, he did a nice job on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some nice detail on that. You know, I mean. Suppose you need a flux capacitor from the Walthers catalog.
What a micro mark.
Yeah, there you go. So it looks like Nick's Trains hasn't seen your channel yet, Dak man.
Oh wow, yeah, check me out. I've been on YouTube since 2011. I was G scale in the beginning, like Andrew was, from 2000 to 2015, and in 2015 I decided that G was no longer for me because a lot of the stuff was dying out and not being made anymore. So I decided to go from G to O, and I've been O since 2015. So yeah, I have quite a bit of O gauge videos out there.
Yeah, and this is Dakman's video that he posted. Just forewarn you, it's 55 minutes long. And when I first saw that, I said, there's no way I can sit through 55 minutes of O scale. And then at about 50 minutes into the video, I said, oh, there's only 5 minutes left. So it's actually a very informative video. I can't say I remember everything, but yeah, and maybe one day we'll get Mr. Pictovid to switch to a real scale as well instead of his toy trains that he's got running in the backyard.
Wow.
Did I ever show you my layout, Heath?
I met you from doing the live stream, so I have never seen your layout.
I can share a video with you if you like.
Absolutely, as long as you're not going to get me demonetized or anything.
No,
I'm
no,
not,
I only
I'm
do
not
that.
monetized.
I only do that to Dakman. We get him, PG-13
He has
rated.
done it too.
So John from TSG Multimedia is throwing down out here. He says O gauge is toy trains and can be 2-rail. O27 is the 3-rail toy trains. O scale or Proto 48 are O scale, but more for serious scale modelers.
Huh.
Just turn the sound off, just because they'll.
I should have the sound off already.
Okay. So this is G scale. This is in your backyard.
Yeah.
Is that your real grass there? That green?
No, that dealing with outside, you have to contend with nature and weeds and everything else. And I'm actually experimenting with some turf that I bought from Amazon fairly cheaply, just to see if I could add some nice fine grass in a few areas that I don't have to worry about maintaining. And so far, it seems to look halfway decent. To the right there, that's a large coal mine that I just acquired this year. Gentleman that was like Sean getting out of G scale and going back to O, had actually built a lot of this stuff. He was a sheet metal worker in that. And the mine was large enough that he couldn't find anyone to give it to. So I had to go rent a U-Haul trailer to bring it back home.
So you're not just like, when I think of G scale, a lot of times I just think of the track out in a garden, like without scenery and stuff like that. But you actually have G scale scenery on your G scale layout outside.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the train running around a regular garden.
No.
That's really cool. That's really cool.
I have some plants on there. I'm trying to go with stuff that doesn't require a whole ton of maintenance. I'd rather enjoy playing with the layout and running trains. The grass you see back there at the far end of the fence, it's brown looking. Sean told me to rip it out. It was dead. And I said, no, that's what it's supposed to look like. He goes, well, who would buy dead grass? Like,
that's hilarious. That's great.
I've had a few people tell me I need to make this coal mine functional. So I'm kind of curious to see what it would take to put like some hoppers in there with some servos to be able to do like live coal loads or something.
Yeah, Steve 87P Sap saying Mr. Pictova could sell one engine and build an N-scale empire. Steve missed. I think he may have missed when we were talking about your hopper that you have, and we were talking about putting an N-scale switching layout inside your hopper. That's really cool, man. I would love to have a G-scale layout. Are you? If this is too personal of a question, you don't have to answer it. But do you have a partner? And if you do, how did you convince your partner to be able to do this to your backyard?
Well, yeah, I have a wife. I don't know that I really had to convince her. For the most part, she lets me do what I want to do. I mean, I'm putting my money into the backyard and she can look out the window and see where I'm at instead of, out running around or doing other things, I guess. Yeah, I mean, she thinks it's kind of neat. I mean, really didn't take much convincing.
That's awesome.
Yeah. My wife's pretty easy to get along with. Sorry, what's that?
I was just saying again. I know G scale is like 2 or 3 different sizes.
Yeah, most of what you're seeing here is 1/29th scale.
Okay.
You can get 1/32nd scale. It all runs on the same track, but there's 129 seems to be the most prominent. There's 132, and then a lot of the LGB stuff. I think Sean might correct me, but is it 1/24th scale? A lot of the LGB, Sean, or is it like 122.5?
LGB is 122.5, but their scale ratios all over the place. I mean, they don't always stick to that, but that's what they claim that they are anyway.
Yeah.
The only G scale I have is LGB stuff. I don't have any of this sort of real stuff. So my G scale is, I hate to use the term, but I mean it's a little more toy-esque. My G scale.
And actually, the hoppers behind that Rio Grande aren't 129 because those are Bachmann hoppers. I think those are closer to 124. But as you can see, a lot of things kind of blend together. And like a lot of people say in the real world, you saw different sizes of box cars and hoppers and everything else. So, you can mix and match. But, this is the type of stuff I like in trains. When I looked at G scale years ago, and I was seeing all the European stuff, it just didn't do anything for me. It wasn't until I saw you could buy, American themed trains that I said, hey, this looks kind of interesting.
Yeah, and as you see, G scale suffers from the same thing that O gauge does. There's different scales and terms and everything else in that gauge too.
Yeah, I mean, I got my LGB stuff just because I'm into circus stuff. So it was it's a circus train set that I got.
Oh.
But this is, I would love to have something like this in the backyard. I love the rock ballast that you have, and I like how you planted all the little plants between all the rocks and stuff to make it look like weeds and stuff like that.
Those are weeds.
Oh, I thought he didn't plant all that.
I like the Rio Grande GP.
No, this is actually looking better after the previous video when Sean ridiculed me for all the weeds, so I had to go out and get some Roundup. I'm like, hey, Sean, what do you think of the video? He's like, you need to get rid of those weeds.
I thought you two were friends, and all you guys are talking about is ridiculing each other.
That's what friends do, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we harass each other in a friendly way all the time.
That's
what's nice about this though is I got quite a few friends that are in the G scale that are in my area, and it's nice to get together. You can just hang out in the backyard. You can put some food on the grill. You can run trains, have a good time. It makes for great summertime activity.
Now you're in Pennsylvania now or New Jersey now?
I'm in Ohio.
Oh, in Ohio. Why do you think you were in Pennsylvania? I don't know why I thought
well, last night I said I live about an hour from Pittsburgh, so maybe that's why.
That's probably why. Yeah.
Yep.
The only models I have ever ran were G scale, Tim says. That's interesting. Fred wants to know a little bit about how you're controlling stuff. Are you dead rail or are you track power? What's your?
I'm actually doing radio control, and the system I use is called Revolution, and I don't have one of the controllers laying in here, but they use a radio control board that goes in there. Oh, let me stop that. I use a radio control that it's basically just a small wrap this here. The Aristocraft engines actually have a modular plug-in.
Hold on, let me make you. I'll make you bigger so we can. There you go.
It's just a drop-in board. The Aristocraft engines actually have a socket in them for them. This is just a button for linking to the controller, and this has sound built into it and everything. So I run track power, but some of my stuff I have converted to accept external battery as well. So, because not everybody in the G scale world runs track power. A lot of them like doing batteries, so they don't have to worry about, keeping the track clean and all that. So a lot of my stuff, I have a switch on it, and I can flip it, and I can throw a battery in a boxcar or something, and go run my stuff on their layout. So I can have a little bit of the best of both worlds, I guess.
Sorry, so it's radio controlled, but the power is coming from the track.
Yeah, I push a fixed 18 volts to the rail.
Do you then need to put like multiple feeders along the way then, because 18 volts won't travel very far on its own?
No, my setup right now, I have one feed to each one of the tracks on the main line, and it works pretty well. All my joints, I have rail clamps on them. I don't use slide joiners, so when you figure that brass rail is a pretty good size, it's gonna handle quite a bit going through.
That's what I just realized is I'm thinking of an N scale rail or an HO scale rail. I'm not thinking of the size of the rail. So you can definitely run a lot farther with the size of that rail. Is it solid rail?
Yeah, it's solid.
That's
solid rail. Okay.
About 5/16 high, solid brass. So.
And brass is a good conductor, so you really don't need a lot of feeders.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah. Is it actual brass though, or I'm assuming it's some sort of
real brass. It's brass. Track.
I got a piece.
You can buy aluminum track and stainless steel, but a lot of the G scalers use brass, and it's just a real good conductor as far as track power.
Yeah, I mean, there's a section of it here. It's a solid chunk of brass rail. Now the color on it will vary a little bit depending on the manufacturer, what composition they did for their brass, but
Because I feel like the LGB track that I have, I don't think it's solid. I think it's I don't think the LGB track's solid. I don't know. Now I gotta go look. I don't remember. Maybe it is solid.
If it's RGB, it should be, but if you happen to have some of the Lionel large scale track, it's actually tubular brass.
Well, and Bachman made some
Yeah.
G scale track too that felt real flimsy.
It's tubular steel, and it'll rust through in about a week if you put it outside.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy.
Bachman did start making some of their own brass rail, though. I haven't bought any of it, but I think they started making some longer straight sections and I think up to like 8-foot diameter curves in their brass track. But
are those E7s or E8s you got running out there, the Pensy stuff?
Those are E8s.
There you go, Nix.
Excuse me, guys. Hate to interrupt. I got to go do some damage control. All of this rain is starting to seep into my basement, i.e. train room. So it's been great. It's been wonderful. I'll give you an update on how much flooding I got, but it's starting now and it's going to keep on raining all day. So have fun, guys. Have a great New Year. We'll talk at
All
you
the
later.
best, Mike. Thanks for being here.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
I noticed that TSG Multimedia mentioned G scale and F scale, and those two could be confusing to somebody. But F scale are just narrow gauge trains that run on gauge 1 track, and F scale is 120.5 scale ratio, and AccuCraft is one of the ones that make that scale. Bachman, so it's just a narrow gauge type of train that runs on gauge 1 track.
Okay, so I just thought of a Friday live stream for the two of you guys. It should be called Stump Dackman.
Yeah.
So it needs to be. It'll be limited to like large gauge, so like O scale or G scale or anything related to O and G scale, and the goal will be to come up with questions that'll stump Dackman.
He's good at manufacturing answers, though. So,
Well, right, that's the problem. Nobody will have any idea if his answers are correct because nobody will know.
and if you don't know, you'll believe what he tells you.
I'm sure we could reach out to the community and find some fact checkers that can. Maybe if we got Brian from Crossed Anchors, we can get maybe GFW, Grandpa GFW, George Senior, maybe in there. I'm sure we can find some people that could verify some of the information that Dackman's throwing out. Keep him honest. I just threw the link back up in the chat if people want to come join us. If they want to quiz Dackman, we can start a little Dackman quiz right here.
Dackman quiz.
If you happen to hear thumping, she's putting the Christmas stuff away, going up and down the basement, not the basement, the attic stairs, right up there.
She's not throwing it on top of you, at least, right?
No, yeah. At least I get to see the TV again. We don't need 5 Christmas trees.
They put it in front of the TV?
Well, partly. I can see 3/4 of the TV. you know.
My brother always had an obsession with getting a large Christmas tree, and I kid you not, the one year it was like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. This tree was so large you could walk against the wall into the living room and kind of squeeze between it and the couch to go over and sit down. And I'm like, do you think this tree's big enough? He goes, oh, it's great. I'm like, how do you do anything in here?
Yeah, we don't have that problem here. We don't have room for anything much more than something that sits on a table. So
one normal size big Christmas tree and 4 little bitty ones that you got at Dollar General.
I have one tiny Christmas tree.
Big Lots.
Well, Mike, I guess as long as she's doing all the setup and tear down, there's nothing to complain about, really.
Yeah. I didn't even have to help wind the lights around the top of the tree this year. The granddaughter did it for her. She's tall, too.
Is that CAMP railroading? Is he driving a truck on our live stream right now?
Yeah, Keith drives a truck.
Oh, you
Oh,
got
no kidding.
now.
Yeah, that's why Mike been muted because there's a lot of background noise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Actually, Dak, man, what Keith hasn't told you, CAMP's name is Keith. What Keith hasn't told you is he's actually on his couch right now, and he's got one of those little computer steering wheels, and he likes to pretend that he's driving his truck.
I have one right here.
I got a big simulator right in front of me.
Yeah.
See, I got a wheel right here. I used to race.
What is that about? Like a 90 inch wide?
It's funny. So my company has a trailer. They take out like a lot of our different accounts we work on. It has 2 like mobile simulators in there, and it's like four. It's literally like the interior of a truck. So it's like, how do I say? It's 2 seats, the whole front dash, and it's 4 huge screens all around you.
Oh, that's
and
really
for a lot
cool.
And for a lot of drivers, like people who don't like play video games a lot, they get motion sickness. So right there where the manual shifter will be at is actually a trash bag for you to puke in. And he said every time I go somewhere, somebody's going to bark. And he said the one day he didn't do it, he had to take a day off to actually clean it inside the trailer because somebody let it out all across the simulator.
Oh man.
Oh.
So do they
I'm like, that's
actually?
the best-
So you run the simulator? Like, is somebody driving the truck while you're running the simulator so that you get the feeling like you're in a truck, or is the trailer stationary when you're running the simulator?
But no, it's like a 30-foot long, like I guess like a utility trailer. They convert it over. So they park it, and there's one in the front of the trailer, and there's one in the back, like a little office thing in the middle.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean it's a nice system. I would love to have it, but yeah, I did it the first time I ever did it. I got motion sickness from the. I'm like, I can't get used to swinging my head this way or turning, and the truck's not turning.
Yeah. No, that's well, and that's the whole thing with those 3D the 3D goggles as well. Like, you get very disoriented, and people will just fall over. You know, because yeah. So,
hey, Keith, just so you know, I got 33 years in work in the trucking industry. I'm a diesel mechanic on trucks.
I thought about becoming a diesel mechanic, but like everywhere around me was like, yo, you need about 5 years of experience. And I'm like, I can't get the experience. I can't work for y'all. So I did the next best thing. I became a truck driver instead.
That's
but
cool.
yeah, I tried to become a diesel tech, but nobody wanted to hire nobody out here.
Oh, it's so interesting. Yeah.
I'm getting motion sickness from Steve flipping his image around there.
Well, I thought it was better being up and down than sideways. It's one of those things. My phone is just kind of acting up a little bit the last couple of days, so had a hard time getting on here.
Oh.
We have the secret producer joining us as well. Now,
Hi.
now we have the whole
Good
TSG multimedia team. So, Steve, 2021. What's on the workbench?
Well, right now I've got tank cars that I'm doing on the workbench. After my, I don't know if you guys saw, but I had a wonderful battle with some Canadian cylinder cars. I picked up real cheap models, and they were Intermountain models. And they're some of the most highly detailed cars I have on the set, on the layout. And I got them for like $7. They have piping, they have the return brake lines and all that kind of stuff. It took me like 3 days to build 2 cylinder cars.
Where'd you get them from?
Awesome.
So I went down to Portland, Oregon, like 2 weeks ago or something like that, and I stopped in, and JD knows where this is, a place called Whistle Stop Trains. So they're a mainline hobby store. Yeah, they're a mainline hobby store, but they also take in stuff to sell. And apparently I had gotten there at the right time.
Yeah.
And I decided I didn't want to spend as much as I could have. But they were selling Walters kits, which is what these are. These are 2 Walters kits that I'm putting together for the tank cars.
Walters blue box?
No, the big old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Those boxes. They had Athearn blue boxes. They had these were the ones that gave me the big trouble. I'd never seen these before, and these are like, okay, so when this came out, it was $14.50. Okay, and I don't even know how old the directions are to them, but you know, he sold them for $7, and
wow.
Just the instructions alone were, you could just tell that they weren't very well done. I'll tell you what, after making those 2 models and sending those 3 days, yeah, $50, $60 for a train car that's a rivet counter, it's pretty cheap.
Right. Yeah, exactly. John from TSG Multimedia says he needs to behave now that the super secret producer's here.
Yep.
They're probably sitting like 5 feet away
John
from each other
what
too.
behaving is.
Well, right. Yeah. Grandpa Rail says great place to buy trains. I'm assuming he's talking about Whistle. What do they call it?
Yeah.
Whistle Stop Hobbies?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah. So it's one of the few hobby shops. Actually, you know, it's kind of funny. I live outside of Seattle, and it's one of the few hobby shops that we can actually go to that's a train store. I know that Nancy has told you guys. Now, you guys, a lot of you guys that are on the stream right now would love East Side Hobbies. Now, East Side Hobbies is in Kirkland, and they have the entire back half of their store and an upstairs is all Lionel, G-Scale, MTH, and all that kind of stuff. I haven't done a video in there and all that, but they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 of those large glass cases just full with engines.
Wow.
Which is pretty amazing. And then they've got full sets that just hang up on the wall, which is kind of funny. So they've got it's pretty amazing some of the things that they have there, and just looking at it. And well, so one of the things is it's really funny. I kind of posted it up. You guys are talking about G scale and all that. I don't think they have one here in Seattle, but I know in Portland every year they have their Garden Railroad open house. And you drive all around Portland, and I think it's like somewhere around 15 or 20 houses that open up their layouts to everybody to go see.
Is this somebody was talking about something called like Grandpa something or other, but I thought that was in North Carolina or something, or I don't know what I'm talking about right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely some people that do holiday stuff, and they open up either their homes or their gardens and what. So
No, I know
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
down around Columbus and Cincinnati, the 2 clubs down there will do a yearly garden railway tour. I think Cincinnati usually has 10 or 11 layouts that are open. You can go to people's homes, and Columbus usually has, like, I swear 15 or 20 scattered all around Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, we don't have too much of that in New York City.
Not too many garden railways.
There is a G scale club in New York, actually.
But probably in the boroughs, right? Not in Manhattan, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I got them on video at a Greenberg train show they were at.
Oh, so do they just do the club scene then, or do they actually have a G scale layout set up somewhere?
I don't know, but the guy who runs the club is the same guy who got involved with, and I'm actually friends with him on Facebook. I can ask him, but he's also involved with the place we want to go to as well in March.
Yeah, looks like there's a Western New York Garden Railway Society. Is that what you're thinking of, Sean?
The name escapes my mind, but I remember they were at I believe it was a Greenberg train show that I caught them at, and
Looks like there's also the Central New York Large Scale Railway Society.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Is that it? Okay.
What I find interesting is I don't know whether when I used to go to the Greenberg train shows as a kid, whether they were bigger than they are now, or whether I was just smaller back then, so they seemed bigger. But I just remember that, like, rows and rows of HO Athearn blue boxes, like just tables stacked of blue box kits is all I can really remember from the shows. So yeah,
That's what got me into HO years ago, was the Athearn blue box stuff.
Yeah.
I had a hobby shop in the town where I grew up, and he had an aisle that was nothing but like 3 tiers high of blue box, every car that they made. And it's pretty much everything on my layout. And most of it, the prices on it was from $3.50
$3,
up to like maybe $8 for some of the newer stuff that had come in. But yeah, it was easy to build a railway empire in HO at that time.
Well, you still see some of it. There's a train show called the Great Scale Train Show in Timonium, Maryland, and I go to that one whenever they have it. And I take notice of everything that, a lot of vendors sell. And there are a couple vendors that still sell, looks like gobs and gobs of Athearn blue box there as well.
Yeah, there's still a ton of it out there, even stuff that wasn't built yet.
So, Sean, that means that you must have seen me quite a bit then. Because I do a lot of the my other train club, the Northeast Corridor Historical Society for HO scale trains.
Okay.
And we do the Timonium, the Edison, and I think it's train a lot.
Okay. Yeah, those are the shows I normally go to. The Greenberg and Edison, Delaware, Pennsylvania. I try to hit all the East Coast ones.
you get up to Amherst too, Dakman, right?
I haven't been to Amherst. I've been asked to go up there, but I just haven't.
You haven't gone Amherst. If you go,
oh geez, yeah, going to Amherst is like it's the IKEA of train shows.
I mean, my Amherst story is, I thought, we'll just go up there and we'll just walk around for an hour or two, and like then we'll head back home because it's a 2.5 hour drive. So it's like, we don't want to spend a lot of time there. So we go in there, and sorry, I just think Sydney's comment's too funny. I didn't know we could blame it on Heath. Great news of 2021. But so we go in, and it's like it took us an hour to get from off the highway just to the facility. And then once we got there, it was like another half hour to get our ticket. And at this point, I was starting to get frustrated because I'm thinking like I'm going to another Greenberg show and I'm spending, an hour and a half just to get in the front door. And then you walk into the first building and it's like, wow, like this is a really great, Greenberg-ish style show. They got some layouts and some stuff. And then you realize, this is just the one building. Then you go in the other building that's bigger than that building you were just in, and they've got even more stuff. And then you go in another building that's bigger than the last building you just went in. And then I started thinking to myself, boy, they really don't have a lot of layouts. Like there's not a lot of people exhibiting their layouts. There's some like N-Track, and there was like an O-scale thing or whatever, but like it's mostly dealers here. And I was like, I'm surprised they don't have more layouts here. And then I was in the back of this one hall, and something caught my eye out of the corner, and I was like, wait, what's on the other side down there? And you walk down this little quarter, and then you end up in like an airplane hangar size room of just all layouts. Just layout after layout after layout. And it was
You're making me really want to go to this, Heath. I'm like excited.
It was incredible to see, and I'm like standing there going, I wish I would have gotten a hotel room because I should have gotten here at 7 a.m. and stayed on. Like, it is just, Now, I haven't been to like there's a show near Chicago, Train Fest, I think it's called. Like
Oh,
I
Train
haven't
Fest, yeah.
I haven't been to a show like that, so I can't compare it to that. I can only compare it to the Greenberg shows. But wow, I mean, it just blew me away that the hobby was even that big, that something like that was even possible.
Yeah, from my understanding, the TCA for O-Gauge can get that way as well over in York, Pennsylvania, but I never made one of them either.
Oh.
Yeah, but I think you're right, Heath. You know, it's kind of funny. One of the other channels that is really big and has a weekly show. They talked about how big Railfest was and all that, but I mean, when you actually go up to Amherst and you go to the fairgrounds and they give you the map and that says, you know, buildings 1 through 9, and you're like,
right?
What do you mean 9 buildings?
Yeah, yep.
And you know, it's like like, you know, and like you said, it's not like, you know, tiny little buildings either. These are big. You know, this is their county fair, state fair buildings, and they're just huge. And just, I mean, that was the first time I saw H. That was the first time I saw, because I'm in the model cars and trucks and all that. It's the first time I saw CCM models, which is an HO scale brass model builder, but it's for trains and not for trains, but for construction vehicles. That's the first time I saw, like, you know, an 8-foot high HO scale crane. You know, it's just like, oh my God, where people buy these things, and then of course you look at the price and you're just like, oh man. And yeah, it was amazing. You had all those dealer tables, and then you go into the, we were actually there for 2 days because I was there with the 187th scale model club at the time, so we actually had a setup there and all that kind of stuff too. But it was going to that show was like, it's like, wow, you don't need to go to another train show for the rest of the year because there was just so much there and you just couldn't take it all in.
Yeah, and there's a lot of one thing I loved about the show is it almost seemed like there are a lot of people that would just sort of go to estate sales and like buy lots of, you know, trains, and instead of like setting up, you know, an eBay store or setting up something like that, they would just go to the train show, lay it all out on a table, and sell through as much stuff as possible. So there were things there that you couldn't find anywhere else. Like it was the place to you know, to get stuff. Yeah, it's an incredible. Sorry, say that again.
Say there's the estate sales. I'll show you something I bought about 4 years ago that I got literally for nothing. I mean, it's insane. Hang on just a second. I'll get it. Show you guys this.
Yeah, it's really something else. Just the energy, you know, around the hobby. It's really cool to be up there. So yeah, I don't know how it compares to the Worley UK show, so for people who don't know, the Amherst Train Show happens at the Big E, which is it's like a 4-H facility, so it's where they would go and auction off livestock. So it's huge because it would need to basically hold all of the livestock, all the cows and the horses and the pigs and everything. So they're just these huge open buildings all throughout the place. So yeah, so they're saying Trainfest is similar to Amherst, only more layouts. If there are more layouts at Trainfest than there are at Amherst, that's good. I mean, there are probably easily 100 layouts at Amherst. So if there's more at Trainfest, man, that is.
I just pulled up the Amherst website. I see what they canceled their show. It was supposed to be the end of January.
Yeah, I'm not quite announcing it yet, but you know, for the 39 people that are here, I'm trying to interview the show director on my Sidetrack Sunday, the second week. for January 10th. And hopefully he'll be at a point where he can talk about what he plans to do for 2021. Because what I was talking about with, all these people that own all this stuff, they would make their year's income at Amherst, and so without the Amherst train show, it's, these guys don't make their money. So what are you showing us, Randall? What do you got?
Okay, so about 4 years ago, we went to an estate sale down here at Salem, Arkansas, and it was hot. It was just blazing hot, and the guy that had his he had all this weird furniture and all kinds of crazy stuff, and of course, I wasn't really interested in all that. And I told Dad, I said, if there's not anything in the backyard, we're just gonna pack it up and go home because we weren't seeing anything we was interested in. So I walk in the backyard and they just start carrying out these boxes and boxes of trains. I mean, it was just madness. And long story short, it took them a while. They got all the way around to the backyard, and the auctioneer said, "Okay, I'm going to sell the whole shebang in one shot, unless there's stuff that you guys want separate." Well, I took out 6 Athearn tank cars that they had, and I said, "Here, sell these." And he said, "Would you give $5 a piece for them?" I said, "Yes, I would," because they were Athearn ready to roll tankers. I ended up getting those cars for $5 a car. Well, I come back, and he's selling another stack of trains. And I asked the guy that was running the auction, I said, what's he selling? He said, "That stack right there." And what it was a 4-pack of these. I don't know if you guys can see them or not. But those are roundhouse passenger cars. And also, he had 2 6-packs. Gotta make sure I'm not holding them upside down. He had 2 6-packs of these ore cars. There's a Penn Central one.
Ooh, I like
it. CP Rail. And I asked him, I said, "What are you getting for that whole stack?" And he said, "I'm trying to get $6 whole stack."
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, "I'm your man," and got the things for $6. Nobody else bid on them.
Yep.
Wow.
But I mean, they was just bringing nothing that day. I couldn't believe it. And when I went to go pay for them, the lady looked at that stuff and she said, "Do you realize what you just bought?" And I said, "Yes, I do realize what I just bought."
Yeah. Yep.
So,
I know, like, some people will go to those estate sales and just like say, "I'll give you $1,000 for everything here. I'll take it away. Don't worry about it." And they just get the whole lot. And so Andy, I don't think we know.
Was just a drop in, I was just going to say, what I bought was just a drop in the bucket of what they had, because some kid come along and bought the rest of it for $50. I mean,
Yeah, Andy, I don't know if Amherst or Springfield is the biggest show in the U.S., but it's pretty huge. I mean, there are some other big shows. I don't know if TSG Multimedia knows enough to know, like, that's actually might be an interesting question for some of the manufacturers like Digitrax or NCE. See if they know what are the biggest shows, because there's the biggest in size, physical size. There's the biggest in vendors. There's the biggest in layouts. There's the biggest in all kinds of things. So you say, I don't think New York had a single show in all of 2020. So in 2020, I went to Amherst and I went to the Edison Greenberg show. were the two main shows that I went to in 2020. And while neither of those were in New York, they were close enough to be in the area. So,
Heath, have you been to the one in Somerset as well? The Greenberg?
I went to the one in, not Somerset, in Secaucus.
Oh, Secaucus. That's what I meant. Yeah.
It is tiny compared to
Edison.
Edison. Like I went to Secaucus because I was like, oh, it's easy for me to get to. I'm just gonna go, and it's okay. But the vendors are selling the same things you've seen everywhere. There was nothing like interesting there. Whereas at least in Edison, there's sometimes some other interesting things. And so John Long Silver Rail says York, Pennsylvania TCA show. TCA show is definitely the biggest for O scale.
Yes.
But the TCA show doesn't have the other scales, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how it attracts. I don't know how that plays out, but
well, they booked the whole show. I mean, you can't get a hotel anywhere near that place when they have that show going on.
The TCA show? Yeah, I can imagine.
You just kind of look online here, and I know it's subject to how people advertise it, but just looking for largest model train show. Train Fest seems to advertise themselves as America's largest operating model railroad show.
Yeah, and how much of that's marketing, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is it's subject to their opinion on it, but
right there's my eBay find.
It'd be great to have some train shows this year.
Yeah,
it would be, but I understand.
My year started off with the East Coast Large Scale Train Show for all G scale last year, and it got shut down as I was getting there.
So two things. For people that don't know, the Amherst show is not in Amherst, Massachusetts. It's the Amherst, Massachusetts Club, but it happens in Springfield. So some people talk about it as the Springfield show, and some people talk about it as the Amherst show, but it's actually the same show. And Leslie and Anthony brought something up, and this is an interesting sort of question. Like when you see something on eBay or you go to like an estate sale and they don't really know the value of it, it's like, is it, how much is it on you to sort of teach them the value of what they have? And, if you can get a good deal on it, should you get a good deal on it, or should you, should you buy it for what it's worth, kind of thing?
I've never dealt with that like at a show or whatever, but I had a gentleman contact me. As you saw my one video, I had all the piggyback cars, and he had seen my video and he says, "Hey," he goes, "I have one of those and I don't run it." He goes, "If you're interested in buying it," and I forget, it was something like, I don't know, he wanted $35 for it, and it's worth more than that. And I actually offered him more, close to what it was worth for it. And he said, "No," he goes, "That's all right. If you want it, it's $35. I'm like, "Oh, okay." I mean, I guess it depends on the situation. If I'm buying from an individual person, I don't ever want to take advantage of anyone, but if it's an environment where it's like an auction thing or something, that's a whole different story. I mean, if that's what it sells for, it's what it sells for, but I don't ever want to take advantage of anybody.
I don't want to take advantage of anybody, but I do think there is I could be wrong, but I think part of it is that guy saw your interest in it and he'd rather have it go to somebody that was interested in it, not somebody that was going to like resell it or do something like that. So,
and that happens a lot on the O gauge end of it, because there's like, and I'm not going to mention names or anything, but there's like a seller on eBay, and that's all he does is he buys these O gauge trains that are on eBay to put him in, and then puts them on his store for anywhere from $50 to $100 more.
Yeah. Right. And that, yeah, that bugs me. If you're buying it for you, like that's one thing, but I guess the guy that goes to the estate sale and buys the whole lot for $1,000 and then sells it off for $5,000, it's like, I mean, you got to make a living, but yeah, it's TSG Multimedia. If you Google big train shows, all you get are a bunch of ads for train shows, all claiming to be the biggest.
Yeah.
It's too funny. Yeah, John says he's not up on the East Coast shows.
Yeah, that's like one of our big shows out here, which is really kind of strange. It's grown for a while. We had unfortunately we had a show war for a little while. Who is the other? It's not Greenberg, but it's the other one that kind of hits the West Coast.
The Big Toy Show or something like that, or the
no. It's the other railroad one that's like the Greenberg. You see it next to the Greenberg ones, and they kind of cover the West Coast. I think Greenberg covers east of the Mississippi, and they got into a big battle with Boeing Employees Train Show. So the Boeing Employees used to be one of the bigger ones, and then they decided they were going to hold it at the same weekend that Boeing was holding theirs. So that got into a really kind of contentious thing, which was really unfortunate. But probably one of the larger ones in Washington State is the 4-H show. This is kind of funny because they hold it at the fairgrounds outside of Seattle, and that one came about kind of like what you guys are talking about with the Amherst. There's a model railroad club that helps the 4-H sponsor it, and because the 4-H in the county that it's in, which is the county I live in, Snohomish, they actually have they use it to sponsor their TT N scale projects. So they have a whole club of kids that do the TT N scale, and so that's where they kind of get some of their money from and all that kind of stuff. And it's really kind of cool because it's like, wow, this is a train show that's kind of put on by kids, even though all the adults and all that. But the proceeds and all that, a lot of it goes to the kids and to the 4-H and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of a neat show to go to. And they're up to about 2 or 3 buildings now. And again, it's at a fairground, so they're decent sized buildings. They probably do about 8 or 10 layouts, and the NMRA helps them out a lot too, because the NMRA actually has 2 layouts that go there too. They have an HO and an N scale. But to your point, Heath, one of the things is like you've got these specialized shows where it's just this scale, and it's like, well, no, but I think it's a lot better when they have the mixed shows where you get to see everything and all the different people come out and all that. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's one thing I guess about that York TCA show that's kind of interesting to me is why wouldn't they expand it into other scales and stuff? I'm sure there's reasons, whatever, but John Long Silver Rail says, take care when dealing trains with the old timers. Sometimes they'll give you a deal, even knowing they can get more because they want to pass it on to someone who will care for it. And that's it for me too. I mean, I've been buying a bunch of circus stuff, and there's somebody that I buy the circus stuff from, and he knows my passion for that type of stuff. So it's, But Frank.
Hey.
You're a little late, sir.
I was here earlier. I just wasn't in the video.
So, what do you got going on for 2021?
Well, like I said, I'm going to try to expand my get some videos going, maybe some live streams going online. Don't ask me. I asked you for some help, but I haven't talked to you yet about it. But my son's been buying ring lights and cameras and everything else for me. So
nice.
So as soon as he shows me how to use it all.
Nice. Yeah. Hey, it's good to have somebody that knows how to do that stuff.
Yeah, he studied IT and stuff in school. So
yeah.
Well,
awesome.
That there, and I've actually expanded off the side of that layout you guys have all seen. I put a couple of branch lines in. 2 of those are actually headed straight up against the wall. I've yet to cut a hole and make another staging yard in the other room.
Mm-hmm.
And I plan on putting a camera in that room so I can work the other layout remotely from the other room. So
cool. Yeah.
So that's about it. The last train show we had here was actually at Greensburg. It was actually end of October, beginning of November. They didn't cancel it. But I'm getting so tired of the Monroeville show. It's small. It's like the size of a supermarket inside, a smaller supermarket inside, and it's mostly, for the most part, that I notice, a lot of vendors in there are like full blown sealed retail.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, and then you have people, and it's not just a train show; it's a train and toy show. So you have tons of people with Matchbox cars, and oh, geez.
I will say, at Amherst, they have some vendors too that do kind of toy things. And I found U-Gears. U-Gears makes these sort of laser cut wood toys, but they like move, so they have motion to them. So I bought one of those for my dad actually, and then my dad went and just bought like almost every one in the kit and stuff like that. So having the toys there, I actually think it's a pretty good idea because
I guess
it breaks things up a little bit, and it brings in money to the show to have the vendors with the toys too. So it's good.
And not everybody, like I drag my grandsons and my wife with me. She's not interested in the trains, but she goes over to the toys with the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of one of the big things too. Is how do you keep the kids interested when they're at the train show?
Yeah. I'm just glad they don't sell craft stuff there, because then I'd be broke and won't be able to buy any trains. Just to spend all my money.
That's too funny. Yeah, the train shows are interesting too, because you'll see something that like you've wanted, something that's a part of your collection that you're interested in.
Well, that's why I just got that last show. That's where I got that big boy, that Athearn Genesis.
Yeah, but then you'll like buy it from one vendor, and then you'll like 4 hours later see it from another vendor for like cheaper or something, and then you're like,
oh no! I was looking at the big boy, and this guy had one, but the tender, I guess, had caught on fire from the electronics or whatever.
Ooh.
Yeah, and he wanted like $300 for it still. And I went over, and I'm walking around, and I've seen this other guy that had the exact same loco still in the box. It was used, but he put it on a track and tested it for me, Tsunami 2 and all that stuff. $250, and there's nothing wrong with it. I bought it, and I made a point to go back to the other guy and said, "Look what I got for $250." It's some people think that junk is worth gold, and it's not always that way.
Yeah.
When I buy stuff that I'm kind of buying as a little bit of a collection item, I think about that every once in a while. I'm kind of like, if I buy a caboose or something for $35, I'm like, God, I'm never going to get my money back on this. Am I okay buying this knowing that I'll probably sell it 10 years from now for $35? Exactly what I bought it for.
Well, every loco that I buy, like I got the Clinchfield Challenger from MTH. I searched to find a nice Clinchfield caboose, because I like to have a caboose for every loco that I have. That's just like collector stuff. It doesn't really see the layout that much, but I have the caboose to go with it.
Yep. Yeah, like this this is one of my, it's the solar system locomotive to go with the solar system cars.
Yeah, you get into some crazy stuff there. And I still have the circus cars up there, and I still haven't sent them. And I was thinking to myself, I mailed packages out, and some people still haven't received them. I mailed them out on December 10th.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they are up there, and they are yours. But I'm going to wait until this I'm going to wait till this mail stuff straightens out before I mail them to you.
Ship them FedEx or UPS, pay the extra money. Don't save the dollar. Just, it's just crazy.
Listen, I just ordered off of eBay of 100 Intermountain 33 33 wheels, 100 pack of them.
Yeah.
They were coming from New York, and that was last week. You know where they're at now? Sarasota, Florida.
What?
And I'm in Pennsylvania.
I needed a decoder. my regular guy didn't have it in stock, so I ordered it out of New Jersey, thinking like, oh, like New Jersey, it'll come right here.
Yeah.
But USPS shipped. It did not go to it didn't go to the New York processing center. It went to the Chicago processing center. They're not even sending packages to the processing center around here because it's just so bad right now.
Yeah, and I sent a message to the guy. I thought I was an extreme case. I sent a message to the guy. I said, "Why is my package in Florida?"
Yeah.
He said, "UPS." He says, "I've sent items out 2 weeks ago to a guy that was in Michigan, and they've been sitting on the West Coast for 2 weeks." And again, he's in New York, so they went right past Michigan.
Yeah, I had a package. I had a package that went north right past me up to Massachusetts before it came back down to here. So
I know there's a bunch of stuff with the trucks that's going on and all that, but the stuff that comes across country, you guys may not know this. A lot of it's on airplanes, and so you guys don't quite understand that all of those planes that take off that go across the country, or even the short hops and all that kind of stuff, the airlines actually make a ton of money on freight.
Oh, a ton.
So there's a whole bunch of packages that fly across this country, even though you don't have it as airmail or express or anything like that. And so because there's less aircraft flying, there's less packages and less availability to get out there. And of course, we had the driver on before, and we already know that, trucks are having a problem getting drivers to begin with and all that kind of stuff. So, it's just a really bad infrastructure thing that we've got going on. You reduce one thing and it affects everybody.
yeah, I have a package that I shipped on December 7th that was like right at the beginning of when things started to get backed up. And it never got the initial scan at the processing center. So I'm guessing it's at the back, the back of the pile. But it looks like, is it Sydney? One of you guys has to come up here and make sure I'm saying her name correctly, because I feel bad if I'm saying it wrong.
That's Sydney.
Super secret producer says TSG, and he's talking about Kevin is a serious shopper. I think John's getting called out about his shopping at the train shows. But yeah, it's hard. Like trying to, when we walk around the train shows, it's like, what do I spend my money on? And I try and bring some cash, right? Because, vendors will take credit cards now, but if you have cash, it's a little easier to get a good deal. So, you got to figure it out.
They had an ATM at ours. Because I brought cash, but I didn't bring enough for that big boy. I had to run to use the ATM and pay the fee.
At Amherst, there's ATM machines in every building as well, which I think's hilarious. And they fill them overnight.
Yeah.
So they go, all of the money is taken out of the ATM and they refill it at night for the next day, because that's how much cash gets gone through at the Amherst show.
There was quite a few vendors at the Greenberg show in Delaware that actually quit taking cards because they were getting scammed. What was happening is the people would make the purchases and then they would go home with their trains and say, "Hey, this guy overcharged me. He charged me $300, supposed to be only $150." And they were getting chargebacks and stuff. So they pretty much got upset. And so at some shows, it's cash only, unfortunately, because of that.
So I generally don't carry cash unless I'm going to like a show like that. We've become such a plastic credit card world.
Yeah. But there was
here in the Silicon Valley up in the Northwest, you don't carry cash. Nobody has money. We don't do money up here.
Silicon Valley, they just scan your wrist.
Yeah, it is. It's funny. They say too, I think you spend 30% more than you would spend when paying with a credit card than you would if you paid cash. because if you have to count the cash out, you know how much you've spent, and you apparently don't spend as much when you use cash. So I guess it's good for somebody.
What do you cash?
Yeah, I'm going to use my stimulus to pay my cars down so she don't figure out what I bought.
Well, I'm gonna have to hop off of here, Heath. I got a couple things I gotta go do.
Well, Andrew, thanks for showing off your layout. Hopefully, I will see some more of your G-Scale stuff in the future. And
Thanks for letting me come on and hang out with everybody.
absolutely,
Have a happy New
absolutely.
Year.
Yeah, happy New Year to all you guys as well.
Happy New Year, sir.
Yeah, happy New Year.
I'll see you guys all later.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you.
Bye.
Yeah, so Heath, what are your plans
See you,
going to
Mr.
be for the next
Tobin.
year?
So my
You know, 'cause-
plans. God, were you
Because
gonna
it seems
ask
like
something?
you're, yeah, it seems like you've got this whole Monday thing going on and all that kind of stuff. And I know, a lot of us know that you've been unemployed for a while. So how are you going to keep this stream going? Are you going to try for a job that's got 410s or something like that so you get your Fridays off?
Most of the jobs that I tend to get these days, or at least I should say that the jobs that I'm trying to get, pay you for the job that you do, not for the hours that you work.
Oh, that's good.
So one of the jobs that I have is it's a commission-based job. So it's as hard as I work, is going to determine what money I make. So if I take the morning off to do this Friday stream, then, that's on me. The other job that I'm trying to get would be more regimented about times. But again, it's things that are scheduled that I have some control over the schedule in a lot of cases. So most of my jobs over the last 7 years, I guess it is, have been work from home jobs. So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to balance. I mean, there's a good chance that March is going to come along and I'm going to need the money because I'm going to need the money and I'm going to have to go, do something else, which, if I need to do that, I'm going to do that. But right now at the point that I'm at, I'm still working on, finding something that's somewhat work from home, flexible hours sort of thing. This Friday stream may have to change. I may have to change it to another day. But if I can, I'll try and keep this stream. And of course, Sunday nights are probably pretty easy for me to keep the Sidetrack Sunday. And then I showed it earlier. I don't know if you were here or not, Steve, but the desk is ready. It's I'm ready to model. I've got the desk set up for, grab a knife. It's right there. Grab the tweezers. They're right there. The paint's right here. Everything. I'm ready to model. So the plan for 2021 is to do more uploads. I want to do more modeling and more uploads. And the live streams as they go, I'm going to want them to be more like live streams with me actually modeling stuff. And like people can join and whatnot, but it'll be more about the modeling than just about, not that there's anything wrong with the hanging out, but for me, for my creative outlet, I want to get back to the modeling. So that's a little bit of it. And I just love,
That's a high-tech desk, man.
I love this setup that I've got here now.
That's high-tech
It's just great. This is,
You need a 3D printer now.
I can't vent it anywhere. For N scale, I would have to have a resin printer, and the resin I just can't keep in the apartment because of the venting.
Also,
stuff.
hey,
Take that window air conditioner out.
Well, but
They
not
are
only
out
that,
in
I
the-
actually have I actually got a resin printer, And the latest one that they have, I'm really surprised. I've set it up in my bathroom. The resin doesn't smell that bad. The reason is because it actually has 2 charcoal filters inside of it. And the other thing that I found, and this is from any cubic has environmental no smell resin now.
I was just going to say that there are those resin, but I hear, I've heard that some people aren't having great luck yet with it. Like I've heard that environmental resin is, you don't have as consistent prints with it. I don't know if that's true or not, but some people say it just doesn't print as well. So
it's new. They're gonna have to work the bugs out.
I'm still trying. Yeah. Oh, everything's like that. I still have to get my printer to print right because I haven't gotten it completely leveled yet. And that's one of the first things that they say. If you don't have it completely leveled and correct, you're not going to get good prints. And so it might be the same with the resin and all that kind of stuff too. You might have to adjust the speed. It probably works. I mean, they wouldn't be selling it if it didn't work well. And it depends upon, like what your applications are too.
Yeah, but you have to, you have to have a level surface for it. And like being in your bathroom, like if you're having humidity changes, that's going to affect, it. So,
this is
it's like
spare bathroom. Nobody ever uses it.
Nobody uses it. Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
DFW, hello.
Hey, Wally and/or George, we were actually talking about you earlier. We want to do a Quiz the Dakman show, and we're going to need some people that can verify that what Dakman is saying is actually correct. So we need some experts in the O-scale knowledge so that we know if Dakman's telling us the real story or not.
So Sparky showed the other day, he announced his winners, and I won an O-scale thing.
Oh, yeah? Cool.
And I messaged him because I asked if there was any O-scalers on the chat at the time, and there was, but he did narrow gauge. So I told Sparky to keep it and give it away, so he'll probably be giving it away. It seems like I always win stuff that I can't use.
Yeah.
Like, you got the N-scale cards. I told him to send them to you.
Yep.
I can't win HO stuff to save my life.
Well, and that's what I do, too. Like, I just bid on whatever, and, I'll give it away or whatever. That's interesting you said that. That is one thing that I want to start doing too, is in the effort of like just modeling and like just getting in as much modeling as I can. Hey, Dakman, I don't know if you see, but GFW Trains is going to be your fact checker.
Yeah, I've seen it.
The other thing that I think I want to do is I want to just start like buying cheaper kits just to keep building, just to get better at building. And I'll just build a kit and then just give it away. Like I'll just hold a giveaway for it. But I'll build I'll just, a $20 kit every month or something. I'll put it together and give it away just so that I can keep
building your skills.
Yeah, exactly. So that is also something that I've thought about for 2021 that I want to do is, just model, just keep modeling.
Nobody's going to complain if there's glue on the windows when they got it for free.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I'm actually writing that down so I don't forget. I'm also trying to write things down this year, which is,
I'd say your goal should be not to break anything or interrupt anything, but then your T-shirts wouldn't sell. So we can't have you stop taking the blame. So.
I was having a conversation with somebody recently, and we were talking about in art, painting art.
Mm-hmm.
They have this thing about don't be afraid to erase things, and I thought that was so interesting. Like we may put down some Sculptamold or something, right? And like you mess it up, and it's like. What is it? It's like $1 in material. It's like, just rip it up and start over. And, you may paint something and like mess up the paint. It's like, well, just paint over it and start over again. So this idea of like modeling or doing what we do and not being afraid of just erasing it if you screw up. I think that's actually really interesting idea. You know, just start over, just move on. You know, so the train inspector is over here starting to scratch herself, which probably means she wants attention.
Bathroom trip.
Yeah. Let's see. TSG Mod Me. I need to learn how to promote like Heath does. I never get to add little promotional messages on my streams. It's too hard to concentrate even without doing that. I guess you're talking about like this TSG Multimedia. So what I am using, I'll show you because I think it's interesting. Here we go. So I am using Streamlabs CloudBot. And these are all of my things that I put in that basically just kind of pop up on their own. What's really cool about this, though, and I've only seen it used once, but they have something called giveaways. And I don't have any set up, but Jimmy from DIY and Digital did his giveaways using this feature. And it was fantastic. Basically, if you're interested in being in the giveaway, you would type in exclamation mark, you know, train or whatever. Like, you can set it up. So you type in exclamation mark train, you get a response back that's saying, you know, Humanity Junction has 1 ticket. And then you click a button and it randomly selects one of the people that have entered the contest in the stream. And then you don't have to go back and go through all the stuff. But yeah, this has, oh, well, that didn't work. This has alert boxes. It has various widgets. Oh, here we go. Here's the alert boxes. So you can set up alert boxes for, you know, if somebody subscribes during your stream or whatever. It's got a bunch of different CloudBot stuff. It's got mod tools. Like if you don't want people to be able to spam with caps or, you know, different things. It's pretty full featured, and you don't have to be using, well, obviously I'm using StreamYard. You don't have to be using Streamlabs to use it.
Now, what's the big cost? 0.
Yeah, I'm not paying anything for it.
Wow.
They have they have paid features. They have what's called Streamlabs Prime, and you can get like additional themes and different stuff like that. But the version of it that I'm using is free. So
Well, I was looking for, because I was talking to my son and the computers and all that stuff and wanted to get it going. And you have your sound effects in the beginning of your when you're getting ready to go live or your videos. Tom had talked about before, who's Tom? I know. But Tom had talked about before about rights, you know, people violating people's rights to music and stuff like that. And I can't find his video where he talked about where you could get the music and stuff for free. I went through his videos the other night and I could not find it. It's got to be hidden in the middle of one of them. Go ahead.
yeah, so John, I will absolutely walk you through how I set it all up, because it's, in my opinion, it's very, very helpful to have, because then the mods can focus on being mods. They don't have to worry about, you know, posting the other stuff. But sorry, Frank, what were you talking about again? I was just going to respond to it and I got distracted.
Getting intros and stuff put up with music and
yes.
whatnot. Yes.
So I use Harris Heller's Stream Beats is what I use.
Uh-huh.
So Harris Heller is an artist who streams on Twitter and stuff like that, and he was really pissed off about all these content ID strikes, and he said, you know, I'm done with it. And he's got over 500 music tracks now that are content ID safe to use. And they're free, 100% free. The other thing that you can do is, like, there's Epidemic Sound, There's Epidemic is the one that Tom uses. And there are other services where you pay into the service. And by paying into the service, they give you a license to then use the songs that are a part of their service. Now, the problem is if you stop paying for their service, does that mean that then they can start going after you? So, I use Harris Heller stuff because he gives an in perpetuity license for all of his stuff.
Okay.
So, that's what I do.
I was Googling music, trying to figure out some, and I like Tom's music. I don't know why, but I like Tom's music. It's older, it's folky or whatever. And there's a bunch of music by Boxcar Willie, for example, that I'd love to use, but how do I go and get the rights for it?
Yeah. And I know TSG is, you get the rights, but you pay Epidemic Sound.
Okay.
And then you have the rights to use it on YouTube.
Okay.
TSG, I'm pretty sure he's making a joke here, but yeah, I mean, one of the things that's been interesting about being on YouTube is that you have to self-promote yourself. Nobody else is gonna do it. And I say that, and yes, I've gotten a huge amount of help. John's helped me, Sparky's helped me, Vinny's helped me. Like, all these guys have absolutely helped promote me. But if I wasn't being an active member in the community, then none of that would have happened anyway. Andy Ambrose says that all of the Johns need a shrink. Actually, I think he's talking about John TSG, but maybe a lot of other people in the world do as well. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Tim says, I don't even tell people to subscribe in my videos. I just say goodbye at the end. Yeah, I mean, to a huge extent, I'm doing this for selfish reasons. I'm doing this because I want to, I want to model myself, and this gives me an outlet to do that. But yeah, I mean, to some extent too. I mean, if I don't get a couple bucks in, I can't buy another kit to model either. So I guess it's you need to.
Yeah. But you said model yourself. When you said model yourself, I kind of got scared for Valentine's Day Sunday. Sidetrack Sunday. What's you wear?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, super secret producer. Make sure you're compensating artists if you use their music. Absolutely. Support the creators out there. And Harris Heller's a really good guy, and I think he's doing some good things. He's not a modeler. He's not in our community at all. But he's in the Twitch and YouTube community, and I just think he's a good guy. And Jonathan, this is so true. Like, when I'm doing a live stream like this, I never remember, to promote upcoming events like John's Schuylkill River Valley, Sidetrack Sunday night is on John's channel. I completely forget to mention it. Like, just completely forget. Vinny's on tonight. It's like I just completely forget.
One of you guys have at the end of your
Isn't that why you're
videos or
supposed to
beginning
write
of
stuff
videos,
down?
it actually lists when everybody's live stream is.
I have that in my pre-show roll. I have a thing that does it all.
Yeah, somebody else does that too.
Yeah, super secret producer. Doing this thing as a hobby is a lot different than doing it full time, and that's 100% true. My goal is to monetize my channel so that it becomes self-supporting, so that it can support itself.
It's going to take you 2-3 years to pay all that camera stuff off.
But all this camera stuff is years old. It's none of it's.
I thought you just got all new stuff.
No. The $400 GoPro is new, but that's it.
Okay. Yeah, well, me, I'm starting all with brand new stuff, so I'm not even looking to see the bill right now. He just has my card.
It takes a lot.
I just do my channel for fun.
It takes a lot of subscribers and a lot of views to make any kind of money off of YouTube. Everybody thinks that you make a ton of money off of YouTube, unless you have a lot of viewers and a lot of time being watched. I mean, even as I don't consider myself big. There's bigger channels than mine, but even for the amount of subscribers and views that I get on my channel, I'm not even nowhere near close to. Okay, yeah, I'm almost able to give up my job. You don't make a whole lot of money off of YouTube.
I was just saying, Luke Towan, who is probably one of the biggest in the modeling thing with 1 million subscribers, has a day job. So it's
But what you guys need is some bikini models dancing in the background with engineer caps on, and your subscribers will go through the roof.
John TSG Multimedia can't even get his super secret producer to come on the screen. How are we going to get bikini models?
Yeah, I was gonna
my
say
girlfriend won't come on it either. I mean,
all that. Yeah.
I'm joking about John.
We would have to be paying for those people. So.
Yeah, I'm joking about John. My girlfriend won't come on the stream either, like at all. So Inked Rails brings this up, and I'll tell you my opinion on it. If I'm doing this kind of stream and you want to promote your channel, come on up. Like if it's during the show, come on up and you'll get an opportunity to talk about your channel a little bit. If you don't want to come up, I try and give people time at the end of my stream to promote their channels, but I don't want it going through the whole, stream. It's just sort of distracting if, you get somebody in your stream that just keeps saying, check out my channel 20 times.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm fine with promotion if it's either, come up and talk about what we're talking about and join in the community, be a part of the community and then promote your thing. If you're just coming on my stream just to promote yourself,
don't bother.
Well, I mean, for one, I've only got 800 subs, so you're not promoting yourself very wide being on my channel. But that's kind of the other side of it. Sydney's saying, "Pay them, Heath." I don't know if she's talking about the bikini models or if she's talking about something else, but yeah. So, and this is something, and I'm just going to mention this. This is probably going to. What, Frank?
No, I was reading your thing you put up there. It's Ray's that lists all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I do it at the beginning of my live streams. I'll play it again just so you can see it. Let me make myself bigger. I'll play my. So this is my live stream intro.
Need to add some color, Heath.
Right, so I play my little thing, and then this comes up, and this is up for, I think, 10 seconds, and then it switches to this. And I show all of the shows this way.
Yeah.
And I have mixed feelings about this. I think it's important to promote other people's channels, but I also want to be talking with the people that are on my stream currently, and I want to be talking about sort of things going on in the present. So my compromise for me is having this sort of video playing on the side, I think gives me the ability to kind of, I'll do my intros and say hello to people during this, so that we're not taking up as much time with it. So I do this in the beginning of my streams, and at the end of the streams, I like to let people, promote their channels. So that's kind of
No, that's all right.
That's kind of my theory on it a little bit.
I kind of took offense at first to my train of thought of stealing Tom's sign.
So to be very clear, Tom gave it to me.
He gave it to you.
So yeah,
that was one of his things he always put up in a video when he got lost.
So I'll hit the other button and you'll see it come up again. If you notice, there's a hand holding the sign. That sign is Tom's hand.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So that hand holding that over on the side in that first thing, that's Tom's hand.
I was like, when you first used it, I was like, he stole Tom's sign.
I changed it a little bit. I threw it into my pre-show. I threw it, obviously, my train wreck in progress. Slide that that I said. So TSG Multimedia says I like to visit shows.
Train wreck in progress.
John says I like to visit shows like this to make smart-ass comments. I don't intentionally try to promote anything. And I gotta say too, like the people like John and like Vinny was here earlier, and Sparky's on a lot, and the bigger channels that come and hang out on the smaller channels chats, I personally really appreciate it. A lot of this is my whole reason for doing these Friday streams is just to build the community. There's nothing else really about them. I'm not trying to get subscribers or whatever. I'm just trying to build the community. So having some of these people with bigger channels that support it, really, well, shoot now. How do I make all that read right? I think he's saying this. I do appreciate it when it takes a minute to see what my channel is about for sure, though. Please do not read that as promotion. If you don't want to, please don't go to my channel.
Yeah. And I was going to say, like on my own videos, I would get comments from like GFW Trains or Sparky and those guys. And,
yeah, I could go too.
Thanks, Steve.
That's a mess.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. See you, Steve.
So Tim from CP368 Production says only an 800 subs don't belong in the same sentence. I say that as I compare myself to a TSG Multimedia who's been doing this for 15 years, I think, 12 years. I don't know. He's been on YouTube for a long time, putting in the work for a long time to build up his channel. And when people put in that kind of time and then use their platform to promote other people, I just think it's really, I just think that's amazing that they're willing to do that. So yeah, and I do say only 800 subs. I have been extremely lucky that I joined YouTube when I did. I joined when all of this started. So a lot of people were sitting at home. So I got a lot of subs just because people were, home and there was stuff to watch. So, John, do you want to come up here and share it, or you want to share it in the chat? Because you can come up here if you want. I'll put the link in so John can, but yes, John, you can share it in if you want to just share it in the chat, you can share it in the chat, or if it's easier and you want to come up here as well. Leslie says we come here because it's fun. I hope so. I'm trying. I try and keep the conversation good, interesting. I try and bring good-looking people up here like Dakman to bring a little, to level up the conversation a little bit. People like Dakman who actually know what they're talking about. I bring Mark up because Mark's got that, British accent, so it sounds all fancy and it's not all like, New York East Coast accent,
But it's funny you mentioned it because I got hooked on to live shows by watching your show first.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, it was just so interesting. People talking and chatting with each other. I'm like, this is a perfect replacement for train shows.
Yeah. Yeah. And like sometimes when like I'll run trains and then just, hang out, like I think it's, and like this guy, like Harrison, right? I mean, Harrison's a great example. Like he comes on, he runs trains, he gives a place for people to come hang out and, it gets paid off, it's putting in the time and you're right, Dak, man. I mean, this is the online train shows, it's
funny you mentioned him because I have seen SMT. I ran into him on videos. I'm like, wow, this guy's got a lot of subs. Let's see what he's doing. And it's like, and like you said, that's all he does. He asks the audience, what do you want to see run? He'll pick it up, put it on a track and run it for them. It's all interactive. That's where it's at.
Yeah, and that's probably one of the reasons he has like 21,000 subscribers now. So,
right. Yep. And I've actually, so I paid for StreamYard for this month. I knew we were going to do the holiday show, and then I've got the big interview in January. And I let, Jason used it for his show. So I bought it for the month. I don't know. It's, I like it. The free version works great too. I'll probably just go back to the free version. Andy says, if you want me to come on with you so your hair doesn't look bad, just say so. That's too funny. Okay, everybody, are you ready? We're going to get to see John from TSG Multimedia's hairstyle when he doesn't do his hair.
It looks a lot like it normally does.
It looks exactly like it normally does.
Andy,
looks exactly like it.
Andy, I really appreciate your support. Really appreciate you being here for me because your hair is making mine look a little better.
Andy, did you intentionally tussle your hair just for this, or is that the natural look that you woke up with today?
Natural look.
Yeah.
No, it is. That's what Andy looks like. It's very impressive. I wish I could be that consistent.
See, Andy knows what it's like. It's all about the natural look.
My favorite was when we did a live stream. It was the first ever live call-in show that I did, kind of like what you're doing here a few months ago. And Andy, I think, was our first ever caller. And he comes on the screen. And I said, hey, Andy, so what's on your mind? Do you remember what you said, Andy?
I couldn't think of anything to say.
He says in a very straight answer, nothing. like what did you call for if you don't have anything to say? I didn't say that, but it was just funny.
So how did that show go?
I think it went really well, actually. That might have been the one that we went on for 4 hours or whatever it was that Dave Sparky is always talking about. I don't remember.
So funny.
Yeah, I don't remember for sure, but that was great though. That'll be a question on Jeopardy someday. It was the first ever call-in show.
That was where you got your first spoof caller, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. The guy looking for Mo.
That was funny.
Remember?
Yeah.
The funniest story behind all that was that I deserved it. I deserved to be crank called because many years ago, when I had nothing better to do, and maybe I still don't, but when I did, I used to crank call our local talk radio stations, and they had a little delay, like a 5-second or 7-second delay, but we got all kind. I say we because it wasn't just me. There was like a whole small group of us that were doing this, just terrorizing the local radio talk shows. And what we would do, and it was a real thrill when it happened, was you'd hit record on your tape recorder, right? That'll tell you how long ago it was, because it wasn't MP3s or anything like that. It was on a tape recorder on a tape deck.
It wasn't 8 tracks though.
No. It was a cassette, the cassette tapes.
Yeah.
And you have the radio tuned in to that station. You hit record, and then you do your call and do whatever punchline, a fart on the radio or screaming or what. I mean, there are a lot of other things we did that I won't go into here that were just hilarious. And then when the call's over, you go back and listen to it and see what got through. I have a whole tape that's like 30 minutes of just the punchlines of these calls. And I wished that I had kept the entire calls, because sometimes the setup to the call was better than the punchline. So it was a lot of fun.
John, we see you on TSG Multimedia before the live streams, and I always thought you were the good guy.
What does that mean?
Like, not the troublemaker. I feel like I'm learning this whole new side of you from all these live streams, that you are the troublemaker.
I don't take myself seriously. I like to just.
We don't either. We don't either.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. Just to being a smartass, I'm just like everybody else. I just am having fun, But I called because I wanted to share the amazing joy, and I'm really excited and happy and proud about it. Which was, do you know what it is, Heath?
I don't.
Oh, I'm surprised you don't, because I put a little post. I don't know. You should know.
Oh, is this your Patreon post?
I think I did a Patreon post about it, but I'm not entirely. I don't remember if I did. Maybe I didn't. But it was, the channel went over 40,000 subscribers on December 30th.
I saw 39,999.
Yeah, I was so excited because on my podcast from last month, that's the monthly thing that I do. There's one coming out tomorrow. Hey, look, speak of the devil, and he shows up. Here's Dave showing up now. But on my podcast from last month, I came on, and I knew it was happening sometime soon. So I came on and I said, I'm going to predict December 29th, the channel will go over 40,000 subscribers. December 29th. And I was like 12 or 14 hours early, because it didn't happen until the 30th. But I was so excited, though, because it's a huge milestone. I mean, it feels like
huge. That's huge. Yeah.
It feels like a big milestone. And I mean, it's just great, and I'm really grateful and thankful that all the people that have subscribed and all the people that have watched over the years, because it's really a labor of love. I mean, it's a lot of work to do what I do. And I do treat YouTube more as a business than as a hobby, like a lot of people do. So it's a little different for me. And that's why when I say things like, I want to learn how to self-promote, I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's like, I really do, because I suck at it. I just don't, I mean, like if I were in sort of that business mode or promotion mode, I would have called you 2 hours ago when I tuned in, and I've just been sitting here, making smart ass comments in the comments. I wasn't thinking about coming on. Hey, everybody, go subscribe to my channel.
Well, my personal example of that is, every time I'm doing one of these live streams, I say, oh, I should post on Facebook that I'm going live in a half hour. And
I always forget
every time I forget. I just completely forget.
Yeah.
Now, I could make a checklist. I could have a checklist that I go through and make sure, like, oh, did I turn on the microphone? Like,
that's a problem sometimes.
I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't do a checklist. I would lose did anything with it.
Yeah, the first item on the checklist would have to be find the checklist, but
I would have to like super glue it to my body or something like that, so I wouldn't lose it.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I really relate to that, Heath, because I put stuff in my calendar and then I don't look at the calendar. Like, what? Who does that? I mean, you have to be really stupid.
I do
right?
that. I do that all the time.
Yeah.
For 2021, I started a Trello board. Because I usually just do everything. You can't really see it, but there's a calendar down here, and I would just put Post-it notes on the calendar. I'm like, no, I'm going to use Trello, so it's on all my devices. It's everywhere, and I just forget. Like, I just completely I don't do it. So,
yeah,
my dog's driving me crazy.
I got a curiosity question. How did that Rod Stewart thing come about? Because I do notice that on a lot of your videos, I couldn't get Rod Stewart to come in at this. Maybe next time.
Yeah. So Well, actually, it'd be interesting. I don't know John's story about it, but my story of it is that, yeah, it's funny. Did you say Drew Nord? Yeah, Drew will likely be the first person to get Rod Stewart.
I think so.
Who's Big Bill talking to at the end of all of his? He says, "I'm sorry."
That's it. That's
we've run out of time. But I don't know if it's been going on longer than that or not.
There's a story for me with the Rod Stewart thing, which was I commented because Nordell Drew,
Yes.
Drew Warrington. He contacted me. I think this is also going to be on what's it called? What the hell's it called? Alex Trebek? Jeopardy. This is also going to be on Jeopardy someday.
Jeopardy.
I was the first interview that Drew ever did.
Yeah.
And the very next week, he did an interview with Michelle Kempema. And then the very next week, I think it was Lionel Strang or someone, some other well-known person. I mean, I understood asking me because I feel like I'm nobody really, but everyone knows who Michelle is and everybody knows who Lionel is. So I told him it was actually, I think on a I'm trying to remember now if it was a Patreon post or what, but I told him pretty directly. It's like, Drew, you're the first one who's ever going to get Rod Stewart because you're not afraid to ask anybody.
He'll ask anybody.
Yeah. And he's talked to a lot of people I haven't talked to. I haven't done any interviews with like Lionel Strang. Michelle
and he actually does a good interview too because he listens.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to call out anybody, but there's some people that do interviews that they don't listen to anybody. That's.
I can think of. It's probably the same. Ask me later. I think it's probably the same person you're thinking of.
Probably.
You're not thinking of a Canadian gentleman, are you?
I'm not saying anything.
I'm not either. I don't want to piss anybody off. I mean, we're supposed to all be friends and get along, right?
Yeah.
It's not. Let's just be clear. It's not this guy. I'm not talking about this guy that I've got up there now.
Which one? Me?
No. The TSG is famous now, not just YouTube famous.
I don't know about all that, but if you go to the train shows around here with me, you'd think so. Because like I was mentioning in the comments earlier, my friend Kevin says, "Oh, it's hard to go to a train show with you because we just keep getting stopped the whole time. People wanting to talk." Like, I'm sorry, I know people around here, or people know who I am, probably because of YouTube. I don't know. It's a lot of fun though.
My first experience like that was an online experience, but I'm trying to expand my modeling techniques. So I was on International Scale Models does, like cars and planes and stuff like that. So I was on one of their live chats and I was saying hello or whatever. And somebody posts up in the chat, blame Heath. And I'm like, this isn't the model railroading crew. How, what the heck? But there's some crossover. There's definitely some crossover.
I think there's a lot of crossover. I suspect when I come on to shows like of smaller channels or whatever you want to call it, like coming on to this show, I'm guessing that there's probably a lot of people. Well, I mean, I've also been around on your streams before, Heath, and a lot of the same people watch Dave, Sparky, and watch Vinny and all these guys. So, I mean, I don't know how it happens, but I think that I kind of expect, and not in a conceited way, but I kind of expect just from being around as long as I have that, people figured out who I am by now. So, I mean, don't be too surprised when it happens because I think the community is pretty tight knit.
Yeah, my dad was actually wearing one of. I just checked. There's not any other model railroaders, or at least any that I subscribe to, streaming right now, which I think is interesting. My dad bought one of my. Sorry, might as well promote it. One of my face masks, that I made, and my dad went over to one of his friend's house, and my dad's friend was like, "Oh, you follow that YouTube channel also?" So it's like small world, really small world.
I thought those are blindfolds. You mean I've been wearing that wrong this whole time? Sorry, I think I stepped on someone. Sorry about that.
It might help. It might help your looks if you wear it over your face like that.
It would make everybody else look better. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to go ahead and go.
Thanks for coming, Dak, man. Appreciate it.
We'll see you.
Thanks
for
for
having
me. Later, Dick, man.
Good one.
So Keith, where's your fake steering wheel?
So I made it to my train club, and I actually got the Wi-Fi to work for once.
Oh, well, there you go.
So
Are people
I actually
at
have
your train club right now?
no. There's nobody here. I got so tomorrow, my train club I do shows with. I got the go ahead to have like cut like 3 or 4 at a time come here to run trains because we haven't ran trains in over a year.
Yeah.
And since we're all modulars, nobody modules fit in our house really. So
right.
I came in today to make sure everything works. Cause it'd be my luck. Oh yeah, come tomorrow. Nothing works. Signals are all off. Switches aren't working. Waste of a day.
Train your ramblings everywhere.
Things will work until you try and put it online or record it. As long as you're not recording it, it should be fine.
That's every time. It's funny you say that. So we found out, well, I found out the NCE command systems actually have batteries in them. I guess to keep their memory.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew that. And then one day we found out the whole system went down. And it had no memory of this, of none of the turnouts, no consistencies were in it. And we thought somebody fried it or did something stupid to it.
Right.
They finally replaced the batteries in it, and they didn't tell me my consists from my coal train got deleted. So I have 3 engines up front and DPU in the rear. My train parks in halfway in a tunnel.
So you're trying to pull it out of the tunnel with the first locomotive.
So the first engine was pulling, the rear engine was pushing, and I derailed 18 cars inside of a tunnel.
Oh.
So I spent like half a day trying to fish out cars and on my back trying to get inside this tunnel the whole time. So we ain't gonna let that happen again for tomorrow. Hopefully.
That's too funny. That's really too funny.
Yeah.
How many cars on the train?
46.
Yeah,
46.
Keith,
We
I don't
did.
think I've-
We did.
I don't think I've seen any of your operations videos.
I tried to get a couple of operation ones to record, but I couldn't get service enough down here, and because we're in a basement, we lose. My cell phone battery is pretty much garbage. But let's see if I can pull this coal train out without derailing this time again. So please hold.
So Leslie thinks that a friend of Rod Stewart's is probably watching this stream right now, and that if we play our cards right, Rod Stewart will be here shortly and join us.
Wouldn't that be something? I might have to excuse myself to go to the bathroom if that happens.
I don't know. I don't know that I know what to ask. To some extent either. So
I think just asking him what made him like trains. Like talk about what got you into it, because he had that big write up in that magazine sometime in the past few months that keeps getting reposted on Facebook everywhere you look. As if no one has seen it yet.
yeah, about him moving the layout back over to England, right? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I guess I wonder if he's just not seeing the messages. I almost feel like a guy like him would be interested in talking to other people about his modeling, but maybe, maybe not.
Do you know what I think about when I think about that kind of thing is the first thought I have is, why would he be watching us? Like, doesn't the guy have something better to do? Kind of, you know what I mean? Like sort of self-deprecating in a self-deprecating way. But then you think about it, famous people are people too, just like you, just like me. And they watch YouTube and they do stuff like that. So, it's possible that he watches. I know that meeting, famous people, 'cause I've met famous people, and I tend not to go all gaga on people just because, I realize that they're people and they put on their pants one leg at a time, or however you want to put it, just like everybody else. And I found that with the people I've met like that if you treat them like everybody else, they respect you and like you a lot more. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
I've had conversations with people. I'm terrible with like knowing who people are. I've had conversations with like stars that were like at events or whatever, just about like random stuff.
They probably liked it, Heath.
And so, here's one story for you. I don't know if you know the Aquafina. She was in that Asian movie as the wacky sidekick that came out. Anyway, she was hosting a benefit event that I was working. I was doing the tech for, and I was standing there talking to one of my tech guys, intentionally not engaging her because she's like the big star. And she's sitting there and she's bored because she's not doing anything. And she cuts into our conversation because, we're just there. And it's like, yeah, I mean, they just, I get what Leslie's saying, right? Like, yes, they do want their privacy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not calling to ask for an interview about his music. I'm calling just to BS about this passion that he has.
Yeah. Talk about trains.
Yeah, so it's definitely interesting. And I think too, if you approached it the right way. So my girlfriend's a personal assistant. She works for somebody famous. And it's like you don't just approach that person on the street and say, "Hey, let's talk about trains." But if you set it up ahead of time, that like, okay, we're going to talk about trains, we'll just talk about trains, whatever. It's like, I don't know. I imagine in my head, I imagine people would want, to talk about that kind of thing. It's a different, let's see. The biggest kept secret here is when Kirk Cameron's house is. Most of us know, but we are. Yeah. Yeah. It's like if one of these guys is your neighbor, it's like he's just your neighbor at some point.
I think the biggest thing is actually getting in touch with these people because they actually employ people to.
Correct.
I mean, how many letters, how many emails do you reckon he gets a day?
Yeah, gatekeepers, huh?
Yeah.
That's interesting. You should mention that. Actually, he's British too. So, Andy, I think if you contact him, we'll have a better shot at this.
Well, he lives near me, but
see,
yeah, but I haven't seen him for about 10 or 15 years now. Perhaps a contact might be with I think it's the Stamford Club that had its exhibition in the UK wrecked, and Rod Stewart just suddenly donated £60,000.
Oh wow!
To repair the damage. It just
That's
came
cool.
out of the blue.
That's really cool. I mean, but if you have more money than God himself, that's a drop in the bucket. So, but that's good though.
Yeah, but
that's a nice thing too.
Maybe they've got a contact with him, so maybe I should talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, I looked up who his manager and his record label, and I was thinking of like trying to go through that to see if I can reach him. I probably have somebody in the industry that's worked with his people, just being in theater and whatnot. But the
thing to think about also though is he's already more famous than probably he wants to be. So it's not like he can do it for promotional reasons. He'd have to really want to talk to you. You know what I mean? Like it's not. Does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, what would be the point other than to just feel normal and talk to some guy about trains?
Yeah, I guess. Right. Like, what's his benefit? I mean, I almost feel like, John, like if you flew over there and videoed his layout, like to have a professionally shot record of his layout, I think like he would get the benefit of it, as well as, you would get the benefit of the interview. He would get the benefit of having this recording of his layout. But to just come on and like talk to me or talk to Drew or whoever, I don't know if, what's the benefit for him?
I'm gonna have to jump off.
Okay, Randall.
I'll
Thanks
just
for
say
coming,
I'm gonna
man.
have to jump off. You guys have a good one. Yep.
Take care.
Yeah, have a good one. See you later, Randall.
Talk to you later.
Have a
Mike.
good
One,
You know,
one,
Oh,
one
sorry,
actual
Commander.
approach that might be worthwhile is our club is the local club of American Outline in the UK, and he models American Outline. So we might put the club forward to help him reassemble his layout when it comes to the UK. I don't know. That's a possibility.
That might work.
Yeah, which might
You know,
get some.
the thing is, though, for someone like him, he can afford to hire anybody he wants to make a video of his layout. He could pay
But
them
you
enough.
have a passion for it in a way that average person doesn't, too.
No, I agree with you, and you're probably right about that. But he could pay someone and direct the whole thing himself if he wanted to. Is it true that maybe they don't do that like I do, or haven't done dozens and dozens of layout tours, like I have? But the guy has enough money to pay someone to do whatever he wants them to do. I mean, I don't know. I think of things like that and don't get my hopes up, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because,
Yeah, no, of course.
Why? It's like, well, why wouldn't he want me to do it? I'm this, big time YouTuber. It's like, what? No, what
You're a
you
YouTuber.
are.
What's YouTube?
Well, yeah, right. I mean, I don't think of myself as a YouTuber, right, per se, because I've been doing video production since long before I went onto YouTube.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why the videos look like they do, because I actually was doing that before I started doing YouTube. So, but that's kind of beside the point. People nowadays, especially in train or model train community, would know me from YouTube. They wouldn't know me from TSG Multimedia in the Bay Area, right?
Right.
So I don't know. While I wouldn't be shocked to get a contact like that, I also wouldn't ever expect one either.
Oh, no, I wouldn't expect it either. Yeah.
Or hope for it either, for that matter, just because it would be a pointless exercise, really, in futility when you think about it.
I guess I'm just a little surprised that one of his people wouldn't respond to some extent. Like, it's... if I was rich, and I had a hobby that I loved, and people wanted to talk to me not about my work, but about this passion side project thing, I feel like I might... I might direct my assistants to, but maybe not. I mean, I don't know. The mind of a person at that level is,
It depends what your other, whatever your other commitments are too. I mean, honestly, I don't know how busy Rod Stewart is with his music career. I would imagine that he's probably semi-retired or fully retired by now. It's not like he has anything to prove musically to anybody. I mean, not that he did it, to prove things. It could have also just been, that he loved making the music, which is, you got to think about that too, because music is work, but if you love doing it, it's still a passion, just like the trains are. Right. So, and I don't know where he falls on that. I mean, I know that when I played music professionally many, many years ago, I didn't care that we made next to nothing, and we weren't doing it for money or fame or whatever. We were doing it because we just really loved it.
Yeah.
So,
Super Secret Producer has a very valid point here too. It's like, Rod Stewart isn't any more interesting than any other person in model railroading.
Right.
At the end of the day, to some extent.
He's just more famous. So
right, it's like there are a lot of people that are very I would almost say getting an interview with Jack Burgess is probably going to be more interesting to some extent than Rod Stewart because of the in-depth nature of what he's provided to us in general too. So it's
he does have some pretty profound insights when it comes to this stuff. And, though, knowing the guy as I do, I can tell you that his approach to model railroading isn't just an approach to model railroading. That's who he is.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
he is as methodical and just fact based, and I'm trying to think of the word for it, systematic. That's just who he is, and it's something that I really enjoy when I talk to him. And I've told him, it's like, you know what, you do stuff like for example, if you do things a certain way, this is the comment that I've told him probably many times now. If you do things a certain way, I don't I might ask you just out of curiosity, but I know for a fact before I get the answer that there is a very good, legitimate reason why you're doing it that certain way. And it almost always has to do with efficiency, which is something that I love because I've always been the efficient guy. A long time ago, I serviced vending machines, and I figured out the fastest way to fill a vending machine while being able to do the job I had to do. I mean, I was really fast at it. Like, I don't think anybody would have been able to beat me speed-wise filling the damn thing because I'd come up with this way where it's just like a machine, you know?
I'm that way too. I get that. Like, I get that mentality. Like, that's, yeah.
It's another reason why when HD first came out in the prosumer level, we were looking at, they were mini DV tapes, right? And very shortly after that, we got cards. Well, I switched from because I first went HD with the mini DV HD tapes, and I switched very soon to card because the workflow is so much more efficient and faster and better using cards. Because the mini DV tapes, they gave you the HD and everything, but in order to take your content off of the tape, it had to play in real time. Well, cards
and they would get corrupted too. The spinning disc of the mini DVs, if you bumped it wrong, done.
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the discs. I'm talking about the tapes.
Oh, the tapes. Okay, sorry.
High definition tapes. I don't know if you remember, but there was a Canon. There was a Canon camera that was the one I got because I just used Canon. I wish they would sponsor my channel because I'd love to have that as a sponsorship. But because I've used Canon for 20 plus years, I had the Canon XH-A1, which if you look it up now, you'd look at it and go, oh my God, why would anybody want this? But you got to remember 10, 15, whatever, 10 years ago, it was the newest and greatest thing, but it still used tapes. Well, then they came out with the XA series that uses cards. And I saw how that worked, and I'm like, oh, well, card is way better because your ability to take your media off of your portable media device is only limited by how fast it can be read. You do not have to play it at real time like you do on a mini DV tape. And then the other thing that was really messed up about the mini DV tapes was it used FireWire, which was not.
Yeah.
Remember FireWire? There was not a great connection. I'll take a card reader over FireWire any day of the year.
Yeah.
Even in 2020, I would do it. So that's just an example of going to a more efficient workflow and a more efficient process because I'm that same guy. So I think that I relate actually very well to understanding the processes that Jack uses in his modeling. I'll never be a great modeler like he is, but I totally understand the processes big time. Like drawing it out before you build it. I get that. A lot of people would be like, well, why would you do that? It's like so that you don't screw it up.
Why waste your time?
Yeah, it's a lot more efficient in the long run, especially if you're going for something specific and something highly accurate to draw it first because you can see it before you build it. And if you can see it before you build it, you may look at it and be sort of like, something doesn't look right. Instead of building it and then being like, oh, I got to build it again because I built it wrong.
Work out the problems ahead of time.
Exactly. I totally understand what he's. It's kind of like on a video project. I won't start a camera until I know what I'm doing, until I have a plan for it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same thing.
Well, it's interesting you say that because that's one of the things sometimes about YouTube where, I don't know if you were here when I sort of showed this, but like, everything is now set up where I can just kind of hit record and start modeling and then edit it later.
Mm-hmm.
So to some extent, I don't know what I'm doing before I hit record, except that I know it's going to happen here.
That's being
You know,
prepared
it's
though, Heath.
yeah. Well,
You have
yeah.
all 3 cameras, right?
Yeah. Yep.
You have all 3 cameras. They're set up. They're white balanced. The lighting is correct or sufficient. You know, so
Hopefully, yeah.
That's the pre-work that I'm talking about. You've done it. You've done it. I mean, and especially if you know that the project you're going to do is intentionally being done for the first time on camera, that's what you're trying to do.
Yes.
So
Right.
you have done what I'm talking about because it's a different type of project. That's like me going out to do one of our Chasing Trains episodes that I post to my channel. Those aren't pre-planned, but I do make sure I have all my batteries and I have the settings. You know what I mean? So
you've taken your cards out of the card reader and put them back in the camera, which
yeah, exactly. You're still prepared. My point is to not do something and be completely unprepared or not know what the end result is. You know, like for another example with Jack Burgess, since you brought it up, his layout is done really precisely to how the Yosemite Valley had. I'm thinking like track ladders and stuff like that. They had it the way he has it. He has it that way. One, because it's prototypically accurate. That's probably the primary reason, because that was his whole intention. But the other thing is, it works for operations, and he never had to test it because he had the knowledge that Yosemite Valley worked. So if you model what they did accurately, yours will work too because it worked for them, right? So that was another one of those very simple but kind of profound revelations that I had in talking with him about his modeling, which is like, yeah, copy what someone else did. They've already done all the troubleshooting for you if you can get it done in an accurate manner. So it's like, that's a great pro tip when it comes to, the thing is, you could also apply this. So if you're freelancing, you could still apply the same principle. Just look at an actual, operating prototype that did something similar or the same as what you're trying to duplicate, and it will work. You don't have to test it. It will work.
Right.
One of the big problems we get in railway modelling, though, model railroading, is that of compromise. We've never got the same space as the prototype. We have to use much tighter radiuses just to fit them in the rooms we've got.
Yeah, there's always going to be compression, though, Andy. That's just a fact of life with modeling.
But that will alter for example, the original track plan will be substantially altered by the fact that we've got to compress it so much.
Right. Well, and it depends on what you're modeling too. If you're doing a very complex, huge yard, it may be very difficult to compress that. In the case of Jack Burgess's Yosemite Valley layout, there weren't any massive, huge yards. So the only things that he really had to do was compress the length of the track. So instead of having what the prototype might have used as a 30-car train, because everything else is compressed, he's doing it as a 6-car train. But the functional parts that make the operations work is the same. Yeah. So instead of having a 30-car track, you may have a 8 or 10-car track, but the way you get there is the same.
Yeah.
I think though what you just said is part of the key is somebody will say, I want to do prototypical, and prototypical was 40 cars, but I only have space for 6, so it doesn't work. And it's like, well, if you scale down the track, you have to scale down your consist too. And
of course, yeah. I mean, that's
you say of course, but I don't think everybody does that.
Well, right. I don't mean to sound that way, but it makes sense to me because you're compressing the length of the track, so you have to compress the length of the train. But if you have the switches and all that that functional part that made the yard, as an example, work, done the same way, it'll work because it did work. There was an interesting comment, and I'm trying to remember who it was now. I think it came up recently on one of the live Crew Lounge episodes that we did. That's where we do our panel discussion. And someone mentioned that they were doing a prototype yard or something, and they saw that on the prototype there was some crossover in some place that they're like, well, I'm not going to need that. What am I ever going to use that for? So they didn't put it in. And then when they started trying to do their operations, they found out very quickly that they did need it and exactly why they needed it because of some other function.
Interesting. Oh,
Yeah,
that's so cool.
So that's the other thing, if it's there on the prototype and you're trying to model whatever the prototype did, whether it's just the function or if it's the actual prototype, like in the case of Jack Burgess, put it in because you'll find out. You may not realize it now, but it's a lot easier to put it in as having been there than to build everything and find out you need it and then to add it back in later because that's a big pain in the butt, right?
Been there, done that.
So you
One
know
too
what
many
I'm talking
times.
about, right?
I kind of think for that reason too, like people talk about being freelance modelers. I think at the end of the day, we're all more proto-lance modelers, right? I mean, because as prototypical as you try and get, you have to make some compromises. And as freelance as you are, you're still basing it on, some image of something. So
yeah. I mean, I guess you could take it to some extreme and say, look, I'm going to do a real freelance. I'm going to model trains on Mars that run vertically, just as, some far out example. And now you really do have to figure everything out because there's never been a train on Mars running vertically. I mean, I suppose you could look at cog railroads as inspiration or something like that. But yeah, there's seems to me like there's always some element of prototype. And there's always something that you're forced to do simply because of the fact that you're modeling something that's not on a 1-to-1 scale. There's going to be a compromise somewhere just due to space because nobody has a warehouse. Well, hardly anybody has a warehouse that you can build a model that's 1-to-1. And even if you did, there would be compression in between stuff because no one wants to watch an HO scale train run for hundreds and hundreds of yards just to get to the next place where they got to switch out a car. I mean, that's like a lot of exercise too, right? So
it's funny you say that because we're watching Keith walk through this huge warehouse of a model train layout.
It's because everything is so. From what the story I've been told, only half of this basement was originally the layout, and then I guess they bought more. They bought the rest of the basement from the theater. So the first half is literally just like little aisles that go left and right. And you come over in the second half, just like one straight aisle goes all the way back. So it's like, oh, yeah, you gotta go that way. Oh, wait, the train's on that side. I gotta go back this way, loop this way, go down that way. So it's like a full-on workout on like the side we call the mountain side. Because there's only half a path everywhere you go.
Right, you know what I'm talking about. It's a lot of walking, isn't it?
Yeah, open house here. Yeah, I sit in the corner and hopefully the JMRI tracks my train all the way because I'm not walking 6 hours straight.
Yeah. I say that I quickly amended my comment to say that not everybody has that kind of space because I was thinking of La Mesa Model Railroad Club down in San Diego. They model actually pretty darn close. I think it might be 2-to-1, but it's pretty close to a 1-to-1 of the Mojave subdivision that currently is Union Pacific. So they have from Bakersfield all the way to Mojave, and it is a massive layout. There's actually a layout tour on my channel that's been getting a lot of views lately. It's like it suddenly caught fire for some reason. That's the La Mesa Model Railroad Club layout tour. That's worth watching. It is the biggest layout I've ever seen. And it's actually a pretty well-known one. It's in the San Diego Model Railroad Museum at a place called Balboa Park, which is a very well-known destination. And they do operations from the 1950s that are so prototypically accurate that I haven't been to one, but I've heard stories of guys accidentally running a signal or being someplace that they didn't have authority to be at, getting yelled at by a foreman or something for being in the wrong place. So they're pretty hardcore on their prototypical operations.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that my layout is total fantasy because I modelled the Milwaukee Road Pacific Extension in the 1990s.
Ah.
And in the 1990s, obviously, it didn't even exist.
Mm.
It no longer existed. But you just try to get a representation of the area, don't you?
Right.
Yeah.
Milwaukee Road, you say, Andy?
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Milwaukee Road.
Yeah, brilliant. Terrific.
Thank you. It was fun doing.
That's so. Mike, how's your flood?
Thank goodness it stopped raining and the flood was like a trickle for about half an hour. No harm, no foul.
Good.
Hope you can hear me okay. I'm using a different microphone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you good. So, but yeah, now that you're back though, I think I don't want to break John's record of 4 hours, so we're at 3 hours and 40 minutes.
I know where this is going.
So I'm thinking I should wrap this up, especially because the dog probably wants to go out first. So, but before I go, John, do you want to talk about what's in the future for your layout?
Yeah, where do you see your YouTube channel going in 5 years?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that was the question that Dave kept asking Drew. No, I don't want to talk about that, but I will tell you, since you asked me a question directly, that there is a podcast coming out tomorrow on my channel at 9 a.m. That's kind of a recap of 2020 and a little bit of, what's. I can't really plan anything for 2021, and you'll see I talk about it on the podcast. But more importantly, and this one might be interesting for people who like these live streams, on Monday I'm going to go live with my friend Alvin from Salt Lake City. Fabio?
Yep.
And we're going to talk about the best and worst of 2020. So that's a pretty open topic, and I invite anybody who's interested to participate and call in. Because, I think it could be therapeutic for some of us, and it would be good to put the final lid on 2020 and move forward after this.
I am so happy 2020 is over. I have lost so much money this year. It's not even funny.
Yeah, that was one of the lines in my podcast tomorrow. I looked at the camera and said, I am so done with 2020.
It's been wild. I'm glad that we can say that 2020 is finally hindsight. Although, to steal a joke I heard from somebody else, now that it's 21 and it's legal to drink, just watch out, because who knows what's going to happen for 2021. So, yeah, but
hey, one good thing though is that we all got a lot better at live streaming, didn't we?
We did. We sure did. It's rough if you go back a couple months, but
we had a lot of time to get to perfect it.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I think I started live streaming just with the webcam or whatever to YouTube, something like two and a half, maybe 3 years ago when they first brought it out. As evidenced by things like I did a live stream with Sparky over 2 years ago from the tower in Santa Clara, the interlocking tower, when he was out here visiting. But now we have things like StreamYard, right?
Yeah.
StreamYard, and I think StreamYard has been a really great platform to be able to use. And I even they had a special. I don't know I think I emailed you about this, Heath, but I don't know if you signed up for it. But they had a special that they ran sometime. I don't remember. I think in December, where they're like, hey, if you sign up for this, it's like $10 a month or something.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
And it's never going to be available again. This very specific level. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know how 2021 is going to be. I'm expecting we're going to have to be cooped up, more for God, probably at least another six months at least, because the way they're rolling out the vaccine, it's going to take a while before enough people will be vaccinated effectively enough to be what they call back to normal. Yep. So I just signed up for it knowing that I'm going to be doing streams. And the other cool thing about being able to stream is you can get anybody from anywhere in the world to be on. And with the panel discussions that I feature on the channel at least once a month, I think that's a huge benefit because there are experts in all different places. I mean, I can get people from Australia to come on if they want to be a panelist on my panel discussions. I mean, even to the point where even when we're being able to do stuff in person again where I live, and we will do the live panel discussions once again. That's how I started doing them a couple of years ago. I'm still going to do the online ones just because of the
so much more accessible.
Yeah, for anybody. Like you don't have to fly out to the Bay Area to California to come sit in the depot with us when we're doing one that's live. You can just call in on your computer and participate, and people have, plenty of very high quality contributions to make. So I think it's a really great thing. That's trying to take the silver lining out of 2020, I guess.
No, I mean, there have been a lot of positives to 2020. It's just that, that thing that's been hanging over our heads that kind of make it hard to see sometimes.
Yeah. Well, think about it, and you can be one of the callers on the show if you want on Monday when we do the thing with Alvin.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see what's happening Monday.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's the first day of 2021. It's like I don't know what my January is going to look like. I feel like it's like a whole new sort of clean slate starting sort of thing. So
yeah, it is, but the pandemic, at least where I live, is still at the same level or worse than it was when we shut down actually it's a lot worse than when we shut down almost a year ago. The good thing is that we know a lot more about the virus, so they know more what we're dealing with in terms of, it's airborne. So make sure you cover your nose and mouth and all that kind of stuff. So there are ways to sort of help with prevention if you have to go out someplace. So we know a lot more, but still the numbers where I live are off the charts. Like they're saying, stay home because the ICUs are full. And Andy's saying blame Heath.
Yeah.
I love it. So anyway, so the way I look at it is it's basically a continuation of 2020 so far, right?
Right. No, it is true. And yet, though, I think the this whole like New Year's resolutions, this whole 2020 ending, 2021 starting, like there's in reality, it's just like the next hour or the next day, right?
Day.
I mean, there's no thing, but there is definitely a psychological opportunity to take advantage of, in my opinion, to sort of to re-engage in something that you may have sort of put off or put behind or whatever. So I think it's more about it's not that anything's really changed, except that I now have the opportunity to take a new look at things.
Sure, your attitude's changed, right?
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. There's something powerful to that too. So I'm going to go so it's easier for you to sign off because we'll keep talking. I think. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to take the air out of the room.
I want to talk to you about hypercardioid microphones as well sometime.
Okay. Well, I want to talk to you about that script you're running for the for the promotion. So maybe sometime we'll talk about that. And then I also want to talk to you about being a co-host for that call-in show sometime this year. I already got the co-host figured out for this month and probably for next month as well. But sometime after that, I think it would be fun to hang out for a couple hours and see what people call in to talk about. So
awesome.
I'm out.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you
checking
later.
out, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Keith.
Yes. Still here.
Any final words? Anything you want to show us on that layout before we check out of here?
I can give you the 30-second tour. Well, 2-minute tour.
If you want to give us the penny tour.
This is see how much walking I'm about to do if I trip over something.
That would probably make this video better if you did.
We're gonna refrain from me almost dying because this stuff is built all by 2x4s. So I'm pretty sure I would probably hurt myself.
Yeah.
So
what's the name of this club? Let's start with that.
This is the Burleson County Model Railroaders Club. I got that correct, right? BCMR.
So it's in
yeah, okay, yes,
Burlington
correct.
County, New Jersey, I guess.
Yes. We're in Cinnaminson, New Jersey.
I don't have no idea where that is.
We're about maybe 15, 20 minutes from Camden.
Oh, okay. I know where that is.
Yeah, we're right above Camden. Like they're suburbs. But this is our office, so everything pretty much starts here. And that's my coal train sitting in the back. I had to pull
Ooh,
out.
I like the carnival scene. Those are my favorite.
Most rides do work. Unfortunately, I don't know how to turn them on. And I'm not gonna be the guy that breaks them because I don't want to get yelled at.
Probably not.
So I'm let them be there for now.
Oh, did you just freeze, Keith? I think we just lost Keith. So, Mike.
Yeah.
Any final words?
Yeah. One. Goodbye. I gotta go.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate you sharing your art with us. I
you're
love
welcome.
seeing it. I know a lot of people love seeing it. So,
I love doing it, and I love showing it off.
Awesome, man. Look forward to seeing what you're creating in the next year. And
yeah.
We'll see you again. See you again soon.
I got the muse back, and I'm going strong.
Awesome. Sounds awesome.
Thank you very much for hosting this. I deeply appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye. All right, Keith, we lost you for a second, but now you're back.
Yeah.
It's all you.
Yeah, I think our Wi-Fi is not the best here. But yeah, this is our Douglas yard we use. We got this one. We have another one on the other side of the layout we do switching out at. And here's our engine yard. That is the start of our hidden staging where we keep most of our bigger trains at. Which as I walk around, I'll show you the staging yard is literally a third of the size of the layout.
Wow. That's great.
So I got this correct. Yeah, so you come out of staging, you go down past the yard, loop around the carnival, and come back up the mountainside where he's parked at. And then this is our iron and steel mill all up top. And that's our main lines right here below it. Which goes all the way down around that way. Down here is our hidden staging yard. Whole bottom side of this layout.
Oh, awesome.
And then it loops all the way around to the end down there.
Wow, that's huge. Yeah.
Steel mill comes down. I forget what this one is called. But here's we do switching out at top for everything for the steel mill and everything on this side of the layout. It's like I think it's 2 tracks here. Yeah, 2 tracks. We call this the horseshoe curve in the back. It loops around everything.
Yeah.
And then you come what we call 30th Street Station. And if you loop back this way. Everybody's calling me at the same time now. Oh my goodness. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
I think I lost you.
Oh, I can still hear you.
There we go. Somebody called me and I almost lost it.
All good.
So our main lines come around the station or you can go through. And we loop back around this way. And I got the whole other rest of the layout all the way down there. I gotta walk.
Wow.
But the side where the station and everything was, that is the whole climb back up out of staging. And then you pop out on the back tunnel all the way out here. So if your train's going slow enough,
layout.
It would take you about a good 5 minutes to get your train from one tunnel to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we go down this way, follow the mains. We go out to this side, which is the old side of the layout. This is our power plant. I forget what it's called. Well, we do some switching here till we redo all the tracks on it because this is part of the old layout, and I'm pretty sure it hasn't been touched in about or redone in about 20 years. We keep more better engines here for open house for all the good ones look at. We have our second. Here we go. We have our second yard sits over here with our second train station, and then from here on out is all in the mountains the rest of the way.
Well, Keith, I look forward to seeing more videos from the layout in 2021, and I look forward to seeing your N-scale party car.
We're going to work on that. I'll figure out how I can pull that one off.
I'm just going to keep pushing it. I'm just going to keep pushing that. So, Dave, I was trying to get out of here. I was trying to let Keith be the last guy, and then I was going to say goodbye, and then you popped up again. So
I can let you go.
I thought I'd give you the chance to say one last parting thought before I got to go take the dog out.
Yeah, I'm in the train room now.
Hey, look at that. Wow, you got a bunch of that bench work done already.
Yeah. It's moving along.
Awesome.
And see if I can get it in. How's that showing up?
Yep, we can see it. I'll make you bigger.
Little train station.
That's really cool.
That's nice.
It's getting there. And then once that's done, let's see if I get a picture of it. There's another one that's starting, which will eventually be that there.
That's really cool. Who are those kits you buy? Who are those kits from?
The station is Foscale.
Oh, Foscale. Okay. Yep.
And then this big one that I'm going to start next is Railroad Kits. I think is the name of the manufacturer.
All right. Cool.
Something like that.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Keith and Dave. I'm gonna kick you out now because I'm gonna.
I was just about to say I gotta go.
We'll keep going on forever if I don't. We'll keep going on forever if I don't start kicking some people out.
Okay.
Oh, it's too funny. So thank you so much, gentlemen. I'll see you later, Keith. Look forward to more videos, and just gonna drop you out as well. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the time that you spent with me and with everybody here today as well. Hope you have a great 2021. I will see everyone again very shortly. And, stay on the rails.